Look, Oz, if we had to wait 2.5 years for this, then you can wait approximately 5 minutes for me to show up. I won't lie, over these years there have been multiple times in which I came back to the game just to open it, just to see if there was a chance that I had missed something and the final chapter had come out. I do not fully remember all of the story details up to this point, as this was a long time ago, and I only loosely rewatched my old stream to get a little refresher on it. But for those wondering where the bunny code noise comes from, funny enough, it's the very frame that the thumbnail is. For this is the very frame that bunny code comes from. And for those who also don't know, I'm not expecting this to be anything special as far as a stream goes, but episode 4 is to this day the most viewed stream on the channel by a mile. It didn't do that well as an actual live. It did better as a, effectively as a video afterwards. But regardless, I don't know how long this is going to be. As what was the exact dimensions? I need to do some math here. Bunny game, indeed for it. The game from before your time. Wait. Okay, that's that one. That. Finally out. What is the? They gave a size. Episode 5 can in terms of content density, episode 5 can be combined to the first, can be compared to the first 4 episodes combined. Obviously, that is including the branching paths and all that. Not all of which I have. I have 2 endings from episode 4 that we can use to lead in here. But I do just... God, I hope I can do the voices the same I did them 2.5 years ago. I swear my voice just as a baseline is different as of right now. So I hope I can remember. It's gonna help to have actual people talking here to do the references. Unlike a... One thing I like... Sorry, this is just a random mild tangent of... One thing about this game, for reading the voices, versus like the Project Moon games, is I don't need to be told the accents the characters are supposed to have or any of that, because everyone in this game is Russian. So I just need to mimic the Russian I am hearing. That is the beginning and end of that. God, I got bunny code flashbacks right there. But yes. I do wonder how this is gonna go, so, as far as like loading up from the save. So this the fact that it doesn't include the year is funny to me. Because this is June 1st, 2:27 a.m. of 2023. Hello, Zora. Hold on. I know you requested this. I was waiting for you to show back up for this. Hold on. But as it is stated, all sound should be turned off. Sound alerts. You don't get to be the smug one. You get to be the pouty one. Interesting. So it's kind of hard to. Okay, hold on. Don't go in the trash. Okay, this is about as close as I can get you to me without you going in the trash. You could. Screw it. You're dangling from my hair. You know what? Screw it. That's funny. That's how you get to be. I hope you enjoy being black and white. And I hope people end up questioning why that is. Yeah, so... Yes, you get to be dangled and flung around by my hair physics. By the little hair physics. So, I'm trying to remember... The... Anton and Olya the fact that I remember the characters' names is damn impressive, were brought to the shack in the woods by Elisa and the other Animal Mask children, where they met effectively what I believe is Russian Santa Claus, I forget his name, who offered them candy and treats. I did 2 endings from this point. One that, you eat the quote-unquote candy, everything goes color, and then the next morning you wake up in effectively a dream state that corrodes into nightmare, and the entirety of the town's children are missing. And then I went back and did the option to decline the candy, and that's where we're going to be continuing on, where the children were revealed to be horrific, monstrous forms of their animal. The Santa Claus equivalent was the Forest Master, who commands these children. Dead Moroz. Grandfather Frost. Grandfather Frost! Yes, thank you. Thank you, Kuta. You are always the researcher. Kuta, you have been the research man. Hasn't that always been the trend here? And he has his flute to command the children. The candy was revealed to be bits of human flesh, and it ended after the multiple declinings of the candy. Would end outside the hut, having to dig up Oya from the snow to reveal that her bottom half no longer existed and her entrails were just spilling out into the snow. And if I'm not misremembering, it ended with her screams. Don't want to be on lap though. Okay, look, Zora, if I want to put you in lap from this segment, I very much risk putting you in the trash can. So currently, right now, this is as best as you're getting. I do. Huh? I wonder, do I need to go to one spot back? We may need to reload. Why am I so far to the side? So that I don't cover up text. Hold on. Wonder. So it appears we have to redo a little bit. I do not mind this, because this will... Oh, right, this should... Well! Does anyone want a refresher on where we were? Because I will say, hold on. Because that won't... Yeah, just won't let me... It won't let me go here, because this was... Loading will lose your unsafe progress. Do you want to do this? Yes. Yeah, that just takes to the menu because that's the end of Chapter 4. So we have to redo the end of Chapter 4, it would seem. I'm going to turn this volume slightly down. So yeah, the vibrant color, but... We're going to continue the way I wanted to continue. I guess this is a current reminder of how Chapter 4 ended. I felt like chilling winds blew from the cavities of their eyes, from the dark holes of the beast, and the towering old man's too. And Jill Tiny Bunny shrieked, "Well, you get a refresher on where we ended!" The owl's face twitched nervously. The wolf's maw dripped with saliva. You may want to look away, honey. The bear shuffled his feet, any trace of the sleepiness gone from his face. And from behind us towered the one who pretended to be Grandpa Frost all this time. I said we're leaving. I gripped my sister's hand even tighter. Candy slipped out of her fingers and smacked against the floor. Olya started looking around frightened. Oh, don't cry. Well, actually, maybe do cry, given I know how this ends. I said we're leaving. Elisa parroted me, and despite everything, I felt immense anger. Why do you have to be such a dunce? I heard the flute's melody, but now it reminded me of a cracking whip or even an agonizing convulsions of fish that was thrown out to the ice. Mostly jump scares. Be on guard! Music dangled about, striking at my ears. And the crystal castle was filled with cries of children that slowly turned into beastly howls, intermingled with the sound of crunching bones and ripping skin. The china platter filled to the brim with maggots smashed into tiny pieces. Elisa's orange fur coat ripped at the seam, letting out a cloud of foul-smelling fog. Her twisted face bared its teeth, and the stench attacked my nostrils again. The fox screamed, blood streaming down her cheeks like tears, making her fur sticky. Her bone-naked tail whipped against the walls with its vertebrae. I shielded my crying sister. I'm trying to get through this a little quickly because we have already seen this, but I think Kuda's the only one here aside from me who knows what's happening here. Horror drilled into my stomach, rushed to my guts, and rose up to my throat. I felt the urge to tear off my glasses and lose sight. I wanted to squeeze my eyes out and go blind forever. I wouldn't blame you. I turned to face the owl, and my face contorted it from disgust. Worms wriggled inside her mask's feathers. Her rotten beak snapped like garden scissors. Oh yeah, we are in the gross horror side of stuff right now. I staggered back and barely avoided bumping into the wolf. His face was stretching out, his bones crunched. Teeth poked out of his festering gums like shards of broken glass, and his swollen tongue kept on tirelessly licking them. At the edge of my vision, I saw the bear block our passage. Every inch of his body oozed scarlet ichor, larvae clogging his teary eyes. Forgot about that. I pulled the shocked Olya closer, looking for the exit in panic. There. My foot ended up in a pile of sweets, but those were no longer candy. Sorry, also, Twix, Wilkie May. Smickers, I'm laughing to not remember the banana? But yeah, none of this is candy. Human remains blanketed the floor. Ribs with shreds of meat on them and torn out jaws. A tooth necklace, a moss-covered pelvic bone, and moss-covered pelvic bones. Tiny skulls and scalps swimming in a sea of blood. Even all these years later, seeing it again. The horned monstrosity towered over me, clutching a bone flute in its long, clawed fingers. A giant goat that shed his kind old man form. Completely black, emanating hatred and malice. He scorched me with red-hot coals inside his eye cavities. His horns scraped against the ceiling. Ice cracked and thawed, dripping down, forming muddy pools of water, bearing metal walls that were hidden underneath it. I realized that we were doomed inside this cramped womb of a dungeon, surrounded by a hollowing beast. All I could do was hug my sister even tighter and watch how the circle around us shrank, how ugly paws reached out to us from behind the veil of bloody fog. Oh, Jesus. Oh. Oh, friggin'. I miss growling for these character voices. The growling wolf's maw snapped like a bear trap, splattering thick white foam towards us. But he was immediately pushed away by the rotting bear carcass.
The skin of her blood was his soul rising from her brother. We can use it as a snow, all things, belly full of her guts.
Lovely imagery that is. Ah, yes.
Oh, please, master.
I felt like his face was about to tear apart, cracking like an eggshell, letting out something even more sinister, nasty, scary. Horror. This is the very disturbing, the gore horror. Quite lovely and calming, indeed. Gnarly owl claws grabbed at the grinning bear, stopping it from getting close.
She's my scumbags!
Oh, I'm yelling into the microphone. The crackling zoo formed a furball that started rolling in guts and thawed fat. They howled and fought with each other, tore out scraps of fur and feathers ready to rip each other apart like a pack of hungry dogs fighting for leftovers. A sudden squeal of the flute pulled them apart as if someone tugged at their leashes. The master of the pack charmed the monsters with his soul-rending music, turning them into unmoving silent marionettes that faithfully awaited his commands. I remember the first time I heard that and didn't know it was coming. I actually had to just take a moment to recover from hearing that. The goat stopped nibbling on his shin bone flute. Its devilish melody that sounded like a chorus of children being run over by a steamroller went silent for one last time. A chunk of raw human flesh plopped beside my shaking feet.
Be eaten.
Consumed by fear, I turned towards Olya. She lay by the wayside, covered in pink snow. Lovely. Oh. Just like the Sleeping Beauty in that cartoon. She probably lost consciousness from the soul-rending spectacle. I wouldn't blame a small child from, seeing this and passing right the hell out. I wanted to wail, to go mad, to die quickly and painlessly right there and now. They are talking about eating you alive. I don't think painlessly is an option, Anton. But alas, I couldn't. I was still inside this torture chamber, choosing between a gruesome end inside the monster's stomachs and cannibalism. Woolen meat grinders kept on staring at me with their greedy, infinitely hungry eyes, ready to gnaw at my bones before eventually eating them if I dared refuse the master's offer. But if I was to agree, I'm sure I would lose my free will just like them. I'll turn into a perpetually hungry monster that dances to the tune of a bloodthirsty madman. And I'll surely lead Olya and all those who I hold dear to their deaths. Have I gotten anyone killed yet? I think in the past I did. My lips trembled. A feeling of nausea turned my stomach inside out, but somehow I found the strength to scream.
Никогда и ни за что!
No
Я
way.
человек!
Never! I am a human! I keep yelling into the mic too much, I apologize. Ask her it. No, I don't apologize, that's part of the whole thing. Those words could be later used as my epitaph. But I knew that my remains were destined to never be found. My surroundings went dead silent.
Move them, tear them apart.
I feel like I'm blowing my R's way too aggressively. The horned shadow consumed us. Yeah, look, small children. Elisa rushed to the goat and stood between us, ridiculously tiny compared to the giant monster. No, I don't know what you mean. That's not a noticeable height difference at all. 5'11" versus 6 foot. Her tail dragged after her, leaving behind a scarlet trail. Fleas jumped around her back and the bones sticking out of it.
Подожди. Не спеши.
Don't be so hasty.
Не стоит. Зайчик нам еще пригодится.
We still have use for the bunny.
Зайчик
He'll
нас
bring us a
покормит.
tasty treat.
Вкусненько. Для медведя и лисы.
For the fox and the bear.
Meals prepare.
Oh god, I feel like I'm just growling more than I was before. Flames inside his eye sockets stopped trembling. Still dolls bared their teeth in anger.
Bunny. And swallow up.
Oh god, no, that wasn't really. I keep critiquing myself. Yeah, I forget that they just make their animal like hoot hoot.
Got feel the meat mag.
Заткнитесь, пустомели.
Shut up, buffoons.
Разве вы не чуете? Разве вы не помните? Когда он чуть не укусил
I really hope.
на снежной поляне.
I really hope that the reason I can't continue from my previous saves is that I found like bad endings ahead of time without realizing. Really hope that ain't the reason, because otherwise I have to go back a ways to get different endings.
When he almost took a bite out of the...
Almost took a bite out of the moon at the snow eclipse. Right, the last time when color was instilled and jumped up into the moon really, really high. The cannibals went silent, swallowing saliva in disappointment. Oh yeah, no cannibalism for you. Elisa, in the meantime, took a sharp turn and returned to the form of a cute child with a fox mask on that I met for the first time one January morning. She glided to... Can we get up? This is kind of the whole thing, Zora. This is kind of the vibe of the whole thing. Look, just enjoy this while we have it. She glided toward me, dissolving the horrors around us, with the smell of tangerines, firecrackers, and magic. Her soft paws touched my cheeks, removing a sticky strand of hair from my forehead. Elisa embraced me and whispered in a sweet voice.
Тоша, ты хочешь спастись?
Do you want to save yourself, Tosha?
I stayed silent, gritting my teeth. I was afraid to look away, afraid that this fleeting illusion could get shattered. Fireworks. Yes, like fireworks are apparently very on theme. I think that was in chapter... Was that in chapter 3 where the fireworks were? Yeah, that was chapter 3 when they had the leaping high moment. I'm trying to... God, all those years ago now.
Мой милый,
Tell me, sweetie.
скажи,
Do you want to
ты
save your
хочешь
sister?
спасти свою сестру?
So I just realized it's heard her say sister. Oh, that's fun. Tears sprayed from my eyes as I wept. Ah, yes, child. Ah, yes, child.
Yes.
I continued to sniffle and shake, grabbing the hem of the fox girl's long coat. And I remember how this goes.
Скажи громче, чтобы все
Say it
слышали.
louder so that everyone could hear you.
Delirious from sorrow, I screamed, my face awash with tears.
Да!
Yes!
That really does just sound... It's a single cry. My mouth was immediately filled with the metallic aftertaste of blood. The fox's black fingers kept pushing a chunk of human flesh deeper down my throat. Yes, yes, yes. Forced cannibalism. I fell to my knees, coughing up blood, unable to vomit it out. Rotting carcasses of animals surrounded me once again.
Let me take a small bite from the girl.
No, nope, no. Well, I know how this ends anyway. Boiling anger swallowed up my mind. Something foreign and primitive burst forth, pouncing from inside me.
Только попробуй, и я вырву твой поганый язык и засуну глубоко в клаку, ты безмозглая курица!
Let me see you try. I'll tear out your filthy tongue and shove it deep down your cloaca, you brainless chicken!
The ominous owl jumped away in surprise, accompanied by the fox's cackling. My voice went out, and then I bent in half. My voice went bent in half. Ugh. Vomit poured out of my mouth along with part of the treat that I wasn't able to regurgitate. You're right, Bunny. Nope. His finger poked me like a knife was lodged, handle deep in my solar plexus. I forgot you're a smart kid and know like the names of all that stuff. He is a bunny. That is his role in this, whatchamacallit, this gang of forest creatures. It's your turn to treat us.
Get us some meat until tomorrow night. Or else.
Russian bunny, yes. Elisa silently stepped into the shadows, and the goat put his foul-smelling maw right in front of my face and roared.
Or else we'll eat your entire family.
He knocked his hoof against the floor, and I ran for my life, forgetting about everything else. You have a sister. I heard them scream right back.
We'll eat you up, alive.
Yep, cannibals, we get that. Charge of ice fell on my shoulder, dead rodents frozen inside them. I managed to break free to the place where pines moved their branches and showered me with snow like cooks sprinkling salt on porridge. The wind tore my hair. Oh. I turned around and froze over. Okay, and we are outside and the metal shack. The garage was disappearing right in front of me, dissolving in layers, becoming dim, then transparent before a gust of wind finally swept away the phantom of black walls. Only then I realized that I had let go of my sister a long time ago. And she was left behind in the monster's den. Oh, don't worry, Thumb, you didn't miss anything new because we had, the save didn't work, so I had to go to my last save on Chapter 4. There was only a giant snow pile left in place of the castle. A girl's wrist poked out of it like a cross would poke from a burial mound. Terrified, I rushed over to the snow pile and started digging. Olia's pale face, along with one of her shoulders, appeared from under the white mask. Her bluish lips trembled. She's alive.
Я сейчас!
Hang in there! I continued digging and prayed for her to hang on. At some point, I was able to see her stomach. Cold. Her voice was faint.
Ничего,
It's okay.
отнесу тебя домой, согрею. Шоколадом
I'll carry you
напою.
home.
Ты только не засыпай,
We'll get you warm by
слышишь?
drinking hot chocolate. Just stay awake for me, okay? You hear?
Ты только...
Just...
My fingers came across something sticky and hot. I cleared out more snow. It turned red and mushy.
Что это?
What's this? What's there?
I gulped.
Почему ты не отвечаешь?
Why won't you say anything?
How could I tell her? Olia's body didn't exist below the stomach. Rings of guts fell out the wound. Olia tilted her head and stared at the horrifying scraps. Then let out a deafening scream. Now that we have a lovely refresher on where I left off. How is $2? Wait, how is $2? How is she alive? We're dealing with the Forest Master and these cannibal children with clearly supernatural stuff at work here. And that, for those who weren't here or did not remember, was the last I saw of this game. Bunny, tasty meals prepare. I threw off the blanket, grasped for air. Are we really all a dream? No, there's no way that was exactly all a dream. Well, she was left alone in a hut with a bunch of cannibals. And as the shed dissolved, they revealed her there. Okay. It took all my focus to recognize the paintings on the walls and the window's wood-frame screen that was broadcasting the same old forest. Cold drops trickled down my chest. I trembled, thinking that it was saliva dripping from a maw left ajar over my head. But it was just sweat. It was all just a dream. You're still confused? Oh, you're missing also approximately 12 hours of this beforehand leading into it. So, confusion is going to be understandable. I reflexively wiped myself with the blanket. How did I get home? When did I fall asleep? My thoughts stumbled, crashed into each other, limping on the crutches of my weak consciousness. Also, oh, right, we last left, Paulina. She was the one, yeah. She was the one we left crying at her grandfather's house. Grandfather? Yeah, grandfather. Her weird grandfather's house because she wanted to just get out, get away. Hence the wall. No. You know, no. The answer is no. You may not bang against wall. You have soft hair. You have soft hair right next to you. You can bang it against that. My thoughts stumbled, crashed into each other, limping on the crutches of my weak consciousness. The drawings I hung up now looked like flat and meaningless daub. Don't remember her name. Olya. Or Olga. Olya is what everyone calls her because that's the cutesy shortened version of her name, but Olga is technically what she actually is named, but everyone calls her Olya. Too much to do that. What do you mean too much? I realize now it's like I have my hair tied around you like a leash and I'm just kind of dragging you around like this. Sorry, that was just a thought that came to mind. Oh, right, Anton. Yeah. Okay, I forgot. Is that... Yeah, there's the drawing of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle there. What else? Does he... Drawing of the plane, because he was an artist. Castle, cat... Wasn't this... I forget, did he... I forget if he sketched the cat, Paulina's cat or not, because I know she had... Yeah, she had the Sailor Moon picture that we had to put back together after he scared her cat into tearing it up. Look, maybe when I get a remodel done on myself, then you can see it tied up if I know how to draw that. Darkness crawled around my bedroom, on its black belly. Decrepit walls around me grunted and creaked. The wind rammed the front of the house, intent on breaking in and tearing its inhabitants apart with its crooked claws. Is there anything else I can... You were about to say something, never mind. Oh, I know where your mind could have gone. I know exactly where your mind could have gone, darling. I sneaked a tentative glance out the window. The sun was hidden behind a thick white veil. The blizzard whipped up its white fangs into the sky, but it was not a sign of surrender. The field and the forest got lost in the haze. Say it then. No. A fisheye... Not the time nor the place. We are currently in the middle of this, not that. A fish-eyed lamppost at the side of the disappearing road was the last glimmer of light around. The day became the night, an endless polar abomination that was whispered and roared, and circled around the house.
Мясо.
Meat echoed inside my skull. I slapped myself on the cheek. Will I try other routes later? I have the other one queued up. I don't know if I'll do it immediately, because this is one of those things of... Like, I have so many saves throughout the game, and I know there's an ending in episode 4. I know there is an ending in episode 4 that, literally, if I had done one thing differently, it would have ended apparently in, well, justifying the game's 18+ violence warning. But I presume, I don't know if anyone here remembers from episode 4, there was the moment where the other kid, whose name I forget, who made Anton swear to stay away from Paulina, came at Anton with a knife, but the talisman that Anton accepted from Paulina called for protection from the forest, and I believe that kid may or may not have been eaten by one of the cannibal children. Look, it's a little bit... look, there was some fuzziness in there. There's some fuzziness in my memory. Then I rushed the hallway to make sure Olya was okay. And my nightmare, my personal nightmare, hadn't hurt her. Pauline, I believe it's Paulina, not Paulina. Paulina. The long black-haired girl from school. Yeah. Oh, Hunter, you missed. There was a half hour we had to go through to recap because one of the saves of that would have gotten me here right away wasn't working proper. Okay, how would... Goes into sadness corner. Zora, you don't need to go to sadness well, actually, maybe you do need to go to sadness corner. My sister was in bed, our parents tending to her. Olya's face had a grayish tint to it, and her lips were colored a scary shade of blue. Giga Chad father. Like, it's Giga Chad doing thinker pose. That is what we have here. I looked at her legs wrapped in a blanket, expecting the cloth to turn scarlet. Oh, good, she still does have her legs for now. Ah. A brief moment of respite followed. Olya's legs were fine. Yeah, she still has a bottom half. Yay! But something happened.
Что случилось?
What happened?
Температура подскочила.
She suddenly had a huge fever.
Говорила я тебе окна не открывать.
I told you not to open the window.
Да без толку сейчас ругаться.
Whatever.
Спасать ее надо.
There's no point in arguing now. We need to save her.
Olya went into a coughing fit.
Oh.
Also Zora. There. Be happy. She had a hard time lifting her eyelids. Her eyelashes were stuck together. Her chest vibrated from hectic breathing. Oh god.
It's your turn to feed us.
I shook my head, trying to chase away the intrusive whispers. The images of dead, worm-infested monsters dancing in the garage. Dark black. Aww. All I'm gonna say is this game is probably not gonna help with the dark place problem. Aye. Yeah, smiled softly when I saw that. Well, considering she didn't have a bottom half. Also, everyone give Zora a hug. Zora needs a hug right now. Everyone hug Zora. That is a command.
А вдруг инфекция?
What if it's an infection? Hug. There we Dad was gnawing at his nails, anxious. God, he still just looks like a total Giga Chad even when he's anxious.
Принеси сироп.
Get the syrup.
Oh, like Zora. Ow! I was trying to hug the microphone to give the transfer hug, and I freaking hit my headphones on the hard part, and it clicked my ear. Big hug. There we go. Look, we're getting the group hug. We're getting Zora. Make Zora feel loved. I'll do what I can too. Why does he look like a slightly older Giga Chad? He's Giga Dad. This is Giga Dad. Look, I have the short about him next to Giga Chad, okay?
Уже принес тут на донышке.
Here you go. There's just a little bit left. Yeah, you're kind of stranded out here in the middle of a snowstorm. Not really much of a way to get here. Russian winter is notorious. He handed over a small bottle. I noticed how Mom held her hand over my dad's for a second, then gave it a light squeeze and let go. Lunvi, why are you... Wait, why are you saying Lunvi here? The blizzard outside was growing stronger, but the storm that always raged between my parents had subsided for now. Also... Yeah, at least that's something to smile about. Also, someone remind me to turn off mid-roll ads for this stream in particular. Just so that it doesn't... I would very much like this stream to not be interrupted and be what, oh my god, friggin' sorry, my brain, my terrible vision and my auto-correcting brain, I thought Zora out of nowhere said Lunvi for some reason. God, my friggin' it felt like Olya's illness made them stop and reflect upon their behavior.
Грелка вот.
Here is the hot water bottle.
Не буду. Не возьму.
I want to take it.
Okay, well clearly she's still got some stuff about the animals. Yes, Zora. She was delirious. Her pupils rolled back. Her speech impaired. Ah. Northern Observer. Zora is not in the Discord, no. Ugh. What hugs, indeed. Look, we've gotten many hugs into you.
Я знаю, вы под масками страшные.
Oh, poor child. Her words were akin to a jolt of lightning.
Тише, доченька, перестань.
No, yeah. Be a good girl.
So then you see... Yep. Zora, You don't even need to do that anymore. If you're on... You're still... You are very visible in... You're very visible in Top Chat nowadays. There are other people who are ghosts. Ugh. Oh, wait, Yakuta, do you not see Zora in the chat? Or, I don't know. Ooh. I do not know what exactly is the situation there. Need to do that, sadly. Then why do I not need to? Me switches to Top Chat. Zora is very visible. Confusion. Me is confusion. Discord. No, yeah, I know. But also, Zora is not on the Discord. But yeah, Top Chat and Live Chat, I can see you in both.
Господи, что же делать?
God, what do we do?
Dad put his palm on Mom's shoulder.
Прости нас, солнышко.
We're sorry, sweetie.
A tear rolled down Mom's cheek. Now do I wonder? Sad fast. Don't, Zora. There. Everyone's giving you the hugs, I give you the kiss. She sniffled and turned her gaze toward my slouched figure in the doorway.
И ты нас прости, сынок. Мы как с
We're
цепи
sorry, Anton.
сорвались.
We've not been ourselves lately.
Совсем забыли про вас.
I've neglected you guys.
А вы же самое дорогое, что у
Dear.
нас есть.
You're our most precious treasure.
Мы запутались, Антон.
We've been so lost, Anton.
Не стоило бросать вас без
Everyone done
присмотра.
absolutely. You know I will, Zozo. You know I will.
We shouldn't have abandoned you like that.
I didn't know what to say. I couldn't even remember the last time my parents spoke to me in this manner. As well as the last... as well as the last time they held hands. Look, sorry. Look, my brain sometimes instinctively calls you that because it's how I shorten people's names. Is just too repeatedly saying the first syllable twice. It just kind of comes out instinctively. Fear had brought them together. That's not exactly the best bonding way, but I guess that works here. But at what price? The price of your 6-year-old sister. And her well-being. And the all of that. I thought about the hungry beast from the forest. About the flute and its unceasing call. About the dead creatures jumping over the pines. Romka! Zora in Spanish. Yes, that's why YouTube probably blocked you before. Look, Zozo is for some reason starting to come out of me more naturally. Look, how to tell I'm getting close to someone. The nickname is coming out easier than the actual name. It's like how Furred I call Furfur nowadays half the time. Not everyone is as easy to do that to, because if I were to call Kuda by that, it would be Cuckoo. Thumb is already one syllable. Actually, I just call him Azoric Mezzo. Oh, yeah, that's fine enough. Look, I'm trying to think of just how I call people nowadays. Look, if Zozo accidentally slips out, it's because it's instinct. It's not... Look, for some reason, that's easier. You can be Cuckoo... you can be Cuckoo Bird! Yes, you can.
And Romka crawling on all fours too.
Вы врачу позвонили?
Did you call the doctor?
Позвонили.
We did. Zozo is. But yeah, I just find it to be the easiest way of two of the syllables. Zora, I believe they were calling the name cute, but also, look, we've had this back and forth many a time. We know how it ends, but also, you deny reality.
У него машина в такой мороз не
God wouldn't
заводится.
start in this cold. Oh my god, is that relatable to a few days ago for me? Not quite, but that is not quite this year yet, but god, that has been a relatable thing.
Я сейчас за ним съезжу.
So need to go pick him up.
Shaking the head. Mom shook the empty syrup
А я
bottle.
пока в поселок за лекарствами
And
пойду.
I'll go pick up some medicine in the village.
Аптека возле школы.
But listen to that. No, Hunter, we can't. No, Hunter, we cannot have that as the compromise here.
And there's a pharmacy near the school.
Oh, when you miss arrival of friend. Friend arrived right as we entered the sick girl room.
Собирайся,
Окей.
Карина, я тебя довезу.
Get ready, Karina. I'll drive you there.
Сейчас главное
need to
действовать
act together
слаженно. Сообщи.
As a team.
Oh my god, all it took was the near death of your 6-year-old daughter and you're finally coming back together? Trauma bonds people, yay! I imagine my parents driving through the forest, and as the thicket lights up with small crimson eyes that look like generator bulbs.
Не ходите!
Don't go!
Oi. A scream escaped my throat. Olya shuddered under the blanket and whispered,
Тошенька,
Oh,
спаси
go on bed.
меня.
You sleep well, Zora. Apparently I still have a bit of the Russian in me, which is good because I will be able to do the voices of this back. Anyway, good night, Zora. Mwah. There you go. You sleep well. Save me, Tosha. Dad frowned in response. And looked damn fine doing it.
Антон, мы туда и обратно.
Anton, we'll be right back.
Послушай, нам сейчас очень нужна твоя помощь.
We really need your help right now.
А помощь заключается в том, чтобы...
What we need you to do is...
Черви под маской.
What's under the mask?
Что за мультфильмы она смотрела?
What kind of cartoons did she watch? Oh, you wish it was cartoons. We all wish it was cartoons. We all wish it was the cartoons and not the horrific monstrosities that befell the eyes of her.
В том, чтобы присмотреть за сестрой, пока нас не будет.
Is to look after your sister while we're away. Oh my god, he's hitting the... Yep, that's... He is still Giga Chad.
Но, пап,
But Dad...
Следи, чтоб ей было
Make sure she
тепло.
stays warm.
а вдруг она проснется, а вас
And what
нет?
if she wakes up while you're gone?
Вдруг ей что-то
What if she
понадобится?
needs something?
Тише, милый, все будет хорошо.
Calm down, sweetie. It's going to be alright.
She showed a weary smile. That smile of hers. I'd never trade for any candy in the world. At least she's trying.
Обещаешь?
Promise?
Я вернусь.
I'll be
Чего
back.
бы мне это ни стоило.
Whatever it takes.
А теперь, пожалуйста, Антон,
Oh.
ты нам очень нужен здесь.
Well, you couldn't even finish the word lazy. We're not even going to account for the fact that could have been YouTube cutting you off because that's funnier to think of it that way.
But right now, Anton, please. We need you here.
Скорее, Карина, мы теряем время.
Hurry up, Karina. We're wasting time. After 5 or so minutes, the door downstairs clicked shut, and the dad's car engine revved up among the blizzard roars. Mild translation error, and you just cut the word the.
Под масками темнота.
Darkness under the masks.
Olya described images from my dream in her feverish delirium, things she had no way of knowing. Ah. Righteous rage. Who's rage? Why? Sorry, why are we raging? Night snowing. It was blizzard earlier. And also, if I'm not misreading, it's coming and going. Also, that may have just been that one sprite.
Их не существует.
They don't exist. Huh?
Мы существуем. Еще как существуем.
A voice rang out in my head, and at the same time streamed from all the nooks and crannies of the house. Oh, lovely! What a lovely smile you have there, boy.
Мы придем, как только настанет ночь.
We'll come when night falls.
Заячьим мясом нам достань.
Bring us tasty meat.
Или мясом сочным стань.
You broke free from the illusion's embrace like it was a spider web. Well, that's comforting. Then sprinted out of the room, almost tumbling down the stairs. All right, who are we feeding to the cannibals? Where's Romka when you need him? We need to throw someone to the cannibal children. I wanted to run outside and throw myself on my parents' necks and tell them how much Olya and I loved them. Well, that we'd never fight or argue again. Anything to make them stay with us in this terrifying hour. Right by something. Oh, let's run according to the quick. You have an idea now. That I believe we looked that up at last time. Yeah, because there were some dates on some stuff. I believe that was making about sense. That looks a bit more in the snow department there. I swung the door open, but the raging blizzard had already covered the trail of Dad's car. The universe converged into a tiny spot on the front of the porch. The house got immediately darker and colder. Something rustled in the attic. Mice? A foxtail? Shadows climbed the walls. Floorboards creaked in empty rooms. Don't drown in the snow. I don't think you know how snow works. It would be more equivalent to suffocating than drowning with snow, if I'm not mistaken. Clocks counted down the minutes without mercy. The night was almost upon us. I remember the instructions from my parents. I needed to look after Olya. To that end, I'll do whatever I can. What if Olya wakes up hungry? Is there anything else to click on in here? Hold on, yeah, we need to do the exploratory. Okay, well. Duck, yeah. Some leftover condensed milk languish in the freezer. I sliced up a loaf of bread into quarters just like Olya likes it. Also, I realize now from the growling bits earlier, I apparently did that a bit wrong. Also, because she has gone to bed. I realized I think I think I did something wrong in the growly bit, in the growly, scratchy bits earlier, so I may take it a bit easier on doing those voices if they come up again, which I'm sure they will. Some leftover condensed milk. Oh, nice. And then a piercing howl mixed in with the wind song. Something dark was there, in the blizzard's embrace. Some living being darted around in the snow.
Нет, до ночи еще далеко.
The night is still far away.
Вы обещали дать мне
Promise to give me
шанс.
a chance. Or is that a pitiful yapping reached my ears? Is that the dog? Yeah, it's the dog that I forgot the name of. The snowstorm subsided for a moment, chasing away the swarm of snowy flies, and I recognized a familiar dog in the ball of fur that shivered out in front of me. Maybe that was the chance I was looking for.
Жулька.
Zulka! That was the dog's name. Zulka. Oh, say... Well, that's how you remember. Fair enough. Television or the camel body hairs suffocate more I think suffocate... I don't know. I would think suffocate would be more, because, like, snow could... I don't know. Could it melt? Yes, but also I've seen snow in fire. It doesn't melt as quick as you'd think. The stray wagged its tail as if it heard my shout and rushed toward the front door. It whimpered as it clawed on the wooden planks with its tiny paws, asking me to let it in. Wait. This doesn't even look. No, this doesn't even look like a choice. This is seemingly a non-choice. Not vile enough to drown. Yeah, I think it would be more accurate to say suffocate. Or yeah.
Приветик.
Well, hello there. I bent down and rubbed the dog behind its ears. It wagged its tail even faster. Oh, you poor little cold thing, shivering. The dog, meat, food. This is the thing of, I'm not even... I don't think the cannibals are gonna accept dog meat. What if I offer some dog meat to those monsters from the Black Forest? Will it be able to satiate their hunger? This thing is also very tiny. And didn't Elisa like this thing? Didn't Elisa like this thing? Without even thinking of how I'll kill the poor animal, I started backtracking, whistling. The blizzard whistled in unison with me as if supporting my devilish plan. The shivering stray ran into the hallway. I shut the door as fast as I could, afraid the dog could smell the danger and try to run away. Happy barks resounded through the house.
Тише, дурочка.
Wait
Олю
down, silly.
разбудишь.
You'll wake up Olya. No, I can't just gut it in the hallway. The kitchen is a better choice. Zolka tried licking my face when I picked it up, but I dodged.
Ты, наверное,
You're
проголодалась,
probably
девочка.
hungry, yeah? That is not a dog. What do you mean that is not a dog? I ransacked the freezer. If we have meat in the freezer, we can use the freezer meat. Look at this. I didn't. No, I was looking at the smile. I tore a plastic bag with meat bits open and threw its contents to the dog. I can get kind of what you mean on that. What the? Is that just an actual picture? It sniffed the frosty bones with caution, then flashed me a suspicious look. That is a very suspicious look.
Ешь, давай.
Eat up. Newspapers with Mom's crosswords acted like a makeshift oilcloth. I spread them around the floor so as not to get the floor dirty. Seems like my dad, who was constantly busy, forgot to sharpen our knives. I felt dizzy at the thought that I'd need to slaughter a writhing Zulka like a pig.
Чем бы тебя таким, чтобы не
How do I
мучилась?
make it the least painful for you? Someone else smirked inside me.
Ты это... Постой
Listen.
тут.
I need you to stay here for now.
Я за топором схожу и убью тебя. Хорошо?
I'll go grab the axe and kill you, okay? Though I would really hope it's not sentient and aware at this point. With a look of resignation in its eyes, the dogs darted its last dinner. Why do I think this is just not going to be worth it? My legs gained 10 kilograms each as I shambled toward the attic. Only those ones. It is the dog eating noise. Stumbled toward the attic. As I peered into the darkness, I was scared that I would come face to face with a goat's maw. Feel the stench of its dirty fur and his cold fingers grasping my neck. The attic was empty. The axe lay with its blade towards me, casting a sinister shadow. I wonder if that's either a translation error or just a different meaning of things. My fingers locked around the handle. Well.
Помни, собака или сестра.
Remember, it's either the dog or your sister.
Собака или я сам.
It's either the dog or yourself. I don't think that's how that works again. They are cannibals and want good meat. Ugh. I felt unending hatred toward myself, toward that stupid, totally innocent dog, toward my parents who had abandoned us and driven away in their car, and toward the beast that had left me no choice. I hated the entire world. With that anger in my heart and my axe at the ready, I entered the kitchen to execute the last part of my plan. Slocka stood on his hind legs while Olya rubbed it at the scruff. Wait, Olya's down here? My sister leaned against the table to stop herself from falling over. I dropped the tool and rushed towards the exhausted Olya. Olya!
Ты зачем встала?
But when did you get up? How did you get up? What did you get up? Why did you get up?
Услышала, как собачка залаяла.
I heard the doggy barking.
Oh.
Мне уже лучше.
I feel better already.
Не обманывай. Скорее иди в
Don't
кровать.
lie to me. Let's get you back to bed.
Правда лучше.
But I do.
On it, she is still coughing up a storm. Honey, get back in bed. You need to. She let go of the tabletop's edge to prove that she wasn't going to fall unconscious on me. Her cheeks reddened. What the? I sighed after touching my sister's cold forehead. I realized that I'd kill anybody to ensure her safety. That's a serial killer smile. That is Smug Child. That is Smug Child, not serial killer. She is 6.
А откуда взялась собачка? Она теперь наша?
Where did the doggy come from? Are we adopting it?
I stood in front of the axe I dropped ashamed.
Забежала погреться. Погреется и уйдет.
I let it in because it was cold. It'll leave as soon as it warms up. Always the most sadistic. Look, children are indeed cruel, but Olya is pure. Olya is one of the... Olya is one that I make the exception for. She is the cute, pure one that we must protect. There are many other children who are actual murderers in this game. There are actual murderer children in this game. Romka! I would like to point out, episode 4 literally had a child attempting to murder Anton with a knife. Romka came at Anton with a knife. The masked children at the Forest Master are cannibals. Sure, they had good reason. It's because Anton was too close to the girl he liked. It's because Anton was in anywhere near Paulina. There was a murder attempt because Anton got too close to a very specific girl. This is a murder for love. It wasn't even for love. It was just, it's a kid love. I don't know how the Katya route goes, though. Sorry, I know there's a completely other route where you end up getting close with that person who tries to murder you in the route that I've gone, and you end up being, like, knowing him and Katya. And there's apparently an entire manga that they have, or like a chapter of the manga, at least, that is revolving around Katya, because she apparently doesn't have much time. I've seen an image of her... Look, that warehouse that we were in at the end of Chapter 4. At the end of Chapter 4. Hunter, you missed the part where her bottom half was removed and she was in bed sick. And... Olya is precious.
У нее щенки, ей нужно к ним возвращаться.
Those puppies to take care of. We can't keep it.
That was clearly a clever ruse. It's a torment method by the Forest Master.
Мы щенков можем к себе взять. Будет
We
классно.
can take the puppies too. It'll be so cool.
The mind of a child.
Не думаю, что маме понравится эта идея.
Look, we don't... Also, everyone who was here a little bit late, you missed the origin of Bunny Code Noise being back on stream. The Forest Master's... I'm sure he'll play it again by the end of this.
I don't think Mom will like that idea.
А мы ее сильно попросим.
We'll ask her super hard.
We'll ask her super hard. Oh my god, you are just... The stray rubbed against Olya's legs.
Да она блохастая. Фу, Жулька.
It probably is lice. Zulka, no. Oh.
Ее Жулька зовут.
Is it a girl? Is her name Zulka?
Жулечка, ты теперь наша.
Zulka, you're ours now.
Look, I will say, she is kidnapping animals. That is her main crime here.
Не бойся, маленькая. Тебя у
worry,
нас
girl.
никто не
No one will
обидит.
harm you here.
Ignore the axe. We're giving it all of our frozen food. Our parents are not going to be happy. Olya took the sausages out of the fridge and threw them to the dog. It chomped on the treat with enthusiasm, even though I had already fed an entire portion of beef bones to it.
Я бы на твоем месте все-таки подремал.
I'd go take a nap if I were you.
Скоро папа врача привезет, а мама
А.
лекарства.
Oh, trust me, the fact that we are going this long in a mildly wholesome moment is making me uncomfortable in this game. Yeah, this never lasts. Does she have... Sorry, is that part of her... Oh, there's a bunny on her hoodie is what that is. Aw.
That'll bring the doctor soon, and Mom will get your meds.
Я больше не хочу спать. Мне
I don't want to
кошмар
sleep anymore.
снится.
I had a nightmare.
She spoke slowly, her eyes downcast. Those are still very up.
Да, знаю.
I know.
А вот и не
No, you
знаешь.
don't.
Ты хоть и был в этом сне, но откуда
You were
тебе
in that dream.
знать?
But how would you know?
Well, I don't know how much of it was a dream.
А я про него рассказывать не буду,
And I won't tell you.
потому что сон был очень плохим.
Because it was a very,
Но теперь
very bad dream. But now...
Olya's face brightened up, her lips formed a smile.
теперь у меня есть Жулька, и все будет хорошо.
Oh, crap.
Она залает, если прилетит страшная сова. А мы проснемся и спрячемся.
Hold on. Crap, there was a way to go back. I didn't... Well, we have the cheatsy way to go back. Which is called, I go back on my stream. Could also be a baby. Hold on. Hold on, what line did...
I have Zulka now. Everything will be okay. She'll bark if Scary Owl comes. If Scary Owl comes, and we'll wake up and hide.
Okay, well, there we go. The dog should be... No, the dog has been a character throughout the entire thing, though. Or at least most of it. Has it been? Chapter 1 was a quick one.
И тогда нас не найдут.
And they won't find us.
They know where we live. So tiny it could be a baby. So tiny it could be a baby. Yeah, no, I do not understand the reference.
Оль, вряд ли
Оля.
эта шавка нас защитит.
I doubt this mangy thing can protect us. You never know. Maybe it gets rabid. The axe is still on the ground, by the way. And my sister had already made up her mind.
Еще как
She
защитить.
can, she can.
Oh. Oh, you need to lay down. You need to lie down.
Ты же защитишь.
You protect
Правда?
us, right,
Правда,
doggy?
маленькая.
I was gonna say, I don't know the reference. The stray barked in approval. Oh, unfortunate. How is this gonna end
У меня
poorly?
для тебя кое-что есть. Я сейчас.
I have something for you. Wait here.
And go. Olya ran towards the stairs. I heard them creak. I don't think I saw her side profile before.
Осторожнее!
Careful!
Я скоро. Присмотри за Жулькой.
I'll be back. Look after Zulka.
Okay, that was way too much in the room of reverb. I stared at the dog, stunned by how lively Olya was now, despite being delirious from a fever just minutes ago. Zulka finished her sausage and switched to licking the floor. Can you guys... Hold on. Okay, you can't hear it. There was a really loud something outside. There is a very loud something going right now. I don't know what.
В друзья набиваешься, да?
Trying to cozy up to me, huh?
I still need to axe you. I was Olya's only friend. I was her savior. I could at least try to save her. But to do that, I picked up the axe from the floor. Is this even going to work? Zolka, as if sensing something, rushed up to Olya, but I stood in the dog's way in front of the staircase.
У нас мало времени. Оля скоро
I
вернется.
don't have much time. Olya will be back soon. I tightened my grip on the axe. It weighed a ton now. The little dog followed all of my movements with its eyes.
Не бойся.
Don't be afraid.
Я знаю, что все собаки
I
попадают в
know
рай.
that all dogs go to heaven. His tail jumped back and forth.
Да не будь же ты такой милой.
Stop being so cute, damn it! I was afraid that would be a choice. So here's my line of thinking here. Okay, I have the save if I want to see other stuff, but genuinely, I'm trying to make this. This is the first thing you see. Yeah, look. Not exactly a great time to come. So I'm just gonna put it this way. They are very, like, specifically seemingly cannibal children. They seem to very much only want to consume humans, and that seems to be what the Forest Master wants. Elisa, if I'm not misremembering, Elisa knows this dog and likes this dog. If I am not misremembering. Elisa is acquainted with this dog, but I don't know how the Forest Master would feel about... Can the music stop ramping up? Reason being, I don't think it would have made a meaningful difference. Because I don't think it would have satiated them. And I think that it would have just made so many things harder. If there was just a dog dead here, that would have made so many things harder. What am I doing? How will I be different from this sadist from my school if I hurt an innocent dog? Especially when it looks at me with eyes this intelligent.
Не могу.
Seconds. I dropped the axe, exhausted. The sweat rolled down my body under my clothes, my breathing ragged. It felt like I just ran a 100-meter sprint. This is a very random thought. Didn't the Five Nights at Freddy's movie come out earlier today? Yes, it did, and I find this friggin' hilarious. The critic score is... I just like, how is this doing? It's like Rotten Tomatoes, critic score 13%, audience score 89%, and I'm just like, ah, yes. I love this.
Я не убийца.
I'm not a killer. Zolka yapped as if agreeing with me.
Я принесла игрушки для
I
собачки.
brought some toys for the doggy. Oh yeah. Pat pat. Olya hopped down the stairs. She was clutching a bright ribbon in one of her hands and a rubber ball in another. I pushed the are they Russian? This is yes, this is all Russian. Everything about this is Russian. The last time I played this game, my audience statistics got skewed to primarily Russian. Which, by the way, if there's any Russians out there watching, this is a VOD. Hi. Welcome. I do not speak the language, so if you're going to leave a comment, please do your best to leave it in English. I know last time I got a lot of comments in Russian, and I had to do a lot of translation to try and figure out what people were telling me. But unironically, last time I played this game, not very well spoken in it. Yeah, no, last time I played this game, it did average / below average as a stream, but as a post-live video, it is my current #1 live stream. And I think it's the most watch time piece of content on my channel overall. I pushed the axe onto the phone table with my foot, and with a sad smirk on my face, watched my sister sigh in adoration.
Ты теперь в
You're safe now.
безопасности.
Oh, I need to pump one poof. But what about us? The window seems so fragile, the shadows outside so alive. The walls, videos, then... No, I mean the live itself is just an unedited thing, did well, but it... Furret, I get what you are hinting at. Oh yeah, if anyone here hasn't seen it, the last video uploaded to the channel was Furret did an edit of the Silent Still stream from a few months ago, and if anyone's wondering why it was that stream specifically, it's because it was the only stream I could quickly find that was small enough to transfer via Google Drive without paying money, so we could do a test run of that. It's a funny little edit of that if you haven't seen. Leah tied the ribbon around the dog's neck like an improvised collar. And she made Zolka chase the ball, baring its teeth in a bout of canine happiness, all to Olya's amusement. My sister's laugh was priceless, even at a moment like this. Or that, I guess I should say. Happiness. Mid. Mate, yeah, you say mate. What did I misspeak? Oh, backlog. There was a backlog. Ah. What? Sure, wait, did I Also, hold on, what did I... I'm trying to see... Okay, yeah, that was just the line I missed there. Oh, yeah, look, it's a, that was the specific word. Look, I missed that. Congratulations, you're grudging with a 6-year-old. There's a certain British angry man, British angry man I would like to compare you to. Hey, Furret, the one you kept cheering for to get the heads coin flips? The one who held who decided to hold the grudge with the 7-year-old. Felt like nothing bad had ever happened, and our parents were about to return, and her fever was about to subside. And the black garage never existed.
Почему нельзя превращаться в собак?
Why can't we just turn into dogs?
Или в других зверюшек?
Or some other animal?
Гулять,
Run
резвиться.
around, have fun.
Okay, now I'm concerned. A foreboding feeling tugged at my heart.
Потому что мы
Because we're
люди.
humans.
Скучно.
That's boring.
Oh yeah, I don't think you want what you're asking for. I don't think you want what you're asking for, honey. Oh, you tapped the floor.
Сидеть.
Sit.
Zolka yapped in confusion.
Не работать ей в цирке.
Not cut out to work in the circus, huh?
Я ее всем командам
I'll
обучу.
teach her a lot of
Вот
commands.
увидишь.
You'll see.
Aw. Well, you have about today and today only to do it. Olya yawned and lay on her side. There and then, on the floor, the ball rolled away from her, attracting the stupid dog.
Как спать?
So sleepy.
Хочется.
Ah, she made me yawn. Her eyelids closed and she started snoring. I leaned in and touched her forehead. It was hot again.
Сторожи свою хозяйку. Ты ей жизнью
Have
обязана.
your honor. You owe her your life. My command was directed at Zolka. The dog kept on sniffing my pants, oblivious to how close to death it was. Why that random wet noise? I ran to the second floor, brought a blanket and pillow. Olya should sleep here under my watch. Who knows what could knock on her bedroom door? I tucked my sister in. She smacked her lips in her sleep. Oh, lovely mouth sounds. I rubbed her delicate forearm. Zolka rolled into a ball beside her and started snoring loudly. Oh, they lovely sleep together.
Ночь будет долгой.
My inner voice whispered,
This is going to be a long night.
I shrank after hearing an ear-rending scream in the surrounding darkness. It was the wind, or the agony of hunger. The monstrous music of the hurricane poured into my ears. Hurricane? It consisted of screeching, wailing, and my own quickened heartbeat. The wind rammed the windows. An open window banged against its frame somewhere above us, as if it were a rabid beast clanging its maw. You might want to close that. That might make it cold in here. Had the guests arrived already? Were they walking all over the second floor? Were they running from one corner to the other in the hallway, giggling? I should have fed Zolka to them. They're angry. The wrath knows no bounds. I squeezed myself into the fridge, expecting the darkness of the doorframe to sink its claws into me at any moment. Ah, yes, hide in the fridge. Indiana Jones, I see. I waited for two of the animal faces to emerge into the kitchen, their saliva splattering to the floor. I need to calm down. I need to take my meds. Right, I forgot he had meds. I completely forgot he had meds. Holy crap, that is how much I forgot. He actually has problems that he has meds for. I grabbed the package from the fridge's shelves and pushed a pill onto my tongue and washed it down with tap water. Then collected some more water and washed my face. I felt like the blizzard was disappointed by my choice. It wailed and attacked the outer walls of the house even harder. Did he crunch it? No, that was just a very loud gulp sound. Ooh. That was just a very loud gulp sound, if I'm not mistaken. I felt the immense fear of the two small children inside this fragile house. I realized the shadows were creeping closer to Olya when I wasn't watching them. A black lump that crawled from around the corner but melted from a direct look, a fuzzy silhouette under the table. I turned my head like crazy, fending them off. Oh yes, the lovely soundscape of this game. A gut-wrenching squeak rang out as if somebody scraped their claw against the window's glass.
Нет, нет, нет. Вы не
You're not
настоящие!
real. Oh, yeah. For those who don't know, I have a weird. Whoa. I kind of have a weird over-the-top response to certain levels of high-pitched noise. Which in turn means this game is probably not good for my ears. But if the shadows weren't real, if there was nobody inside the blizzard, does that mean I'm just insane? Well, you did just take your meds. I looked at the package in my hand. What did I even take? Kids don't need to read the instructions for medication. They have moms for that. I pierced the tiny font with my eyes. Relieves fits of uncontrollable anger and anxiety. No, Forest Master's Call I can have. Listen to something you made. Yeah, I have a. Oh, right. Yeah. Look, the Forest Master Call is already the sound of bunny noise. Or bunny code. Helps with behavioral abnormalities, manias, destructive behavior. Can cause addiction. Possible side effects include dizziness, heightened motor activity,
Disruption to the thermoregulation insomnia in high doses can cause serious injury or death. I hesitated. Elisa's smarmy voice floated up in my memory. The pills inhibit me. They lead me away from the snowy path. But maybe I don't need that snowy path after all. It's time to stop. What was the truth? How could I tell apart from the nasty lies? Sound to be that sound instead. No, because that is just no. Not veto. I am the dictator. I make choices around here. That is not going to be the future. This does not appear to be a choice. This appears to be just take your beds. Look, I am the dictator, and therefore I do not I dictate that this is not. Well, time to take more meds. I took a risk. Things would turn for the worse if I couldn't think clearly. Going to overdose? Look, who knows? Maybe this game just ends in an overdose. The shadows around me gradually stopped acting like sentient beings. The squeaking sound stopped. There was nothing threatening about the weather. We were inside after all. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Вы дома?
Are you home? Why would we not be home?
На улице черти
The
что.
weather's atrocious.
Антон, поставь чайник.
Anton, get the kettle ready. Yes, the weather is indeed atrocious. You've been out in it all this while. 2 pairs of shoes were stomping around the hallway, throwing off snow. My parents... I'm going to... Hold on. I need to check a thing. Okay, for no apparent reason, there's just a big-ass truck just parked outside for the past I don't know how long, engine on, and I've just been hearing that in the background for a while, and it just got annoying. Olya shuddered weakly and opened her eyes. Wait, okay, these are definitely not delusions because Olya was the one who had the nightmare there.
Мамочка, папочка.
Mommy, Daddy. Aww.
Ты чего на полу разлеглась? У
What are
тебя
you
же
doing on the
температура.
floor? You have a fever. Dad looked over the mess that was our kitchen, and the longer he looked, the more grim his expression was. Disappointed Giga Dad. Do we go pop the truck tires? You would have to... There are several layers that you have to do this. To get through that, Mom scooped up Olya.
Господи, какой горячий лоб.
Your forehead is so hot.
Ничего, потерпи. Мы привезли
It's
лекарства.
okay, just hold on.
Сейчас станет
We
лучше.
brought you the medicine. You'll be better in no time. Aw. That wouldn't make the engine go silent? Correct. That would actually, if anything, that would just strand it where it is right now.
Мне снилось, что Антон стал монстром.
Anton became a monster in that dream. Mom scolded me with an angry stare. Mom, look, I only almost murdered a puppy.
На
Мама,
5
дай.
минут нельзя оставить.
Can't leave you alone for even 5 minutes. I felt my face grow red.
Все хорошо, маленькая. Я отнесу тебя в
It's okay,
постель.
baby girl. Let me carry you to bed. Anton! Oh. Our eyes met. Olya looked at me with desperation.
Антон, прошу тебя, останься со мной.
Stay with me. Oh.
Твоему брату нужно
Your
убраться.
brother needs to fix this mess. Do they see the dog? Fix the mess? How? By going into the darkness? No, idiot. Mom was talking about the kitchen. The kitchen table where you made a mess while making sandwiches with condensed milk. Before letting them carry her away, Olya turned to me and gave me a look full of confusion. I wanted to grab her and hold her to my chest. Mom carried her out of the corridor. The kitchen felt even nastier without her, and the wind's howls became even louder and more desperate. Look, do not question, Thumb.
Да уж.
So cheap,
Не
is it really,
радуешь
huh?
ты нас, Антон.
This is not good. Not good at all, Anton.
Я все объясню.
I can explain this.
Dad interrupted me with a gesture.
Не сейчас.
Not now.
Я голоден, как
I'm
волк.
hungry as a wolf. What animal were you? Wasn't everyone a bunny? Dad bent down to pick up the axe. Zolka whimpered from under the table.
Час от часу не легче. Где ты его откопал?
What's this now? Where does he get that thing? The dog or the axe?
Это девочка. Ее зовут...
It's a girl. Her name...
Dad interrupted me with a gesture. Copy paste the text.
Так значит, это она устроила тут
So
бардак?
it's responsible for the mess here.
Не совсем, но...
Not exactly, but...
Я не желаю пререкаться. Выгони ее.
I don't want to argue with you. Just chase it away.
Пап!
But Dad, I...
Туша, твоя мама сейчас на взводе.
Also, your mom is at her wit's end right now.
Умоляю, уведи собачонку, пока мама не увидела.
Get rid of this dog before she notices.
Ты ее знаешь, она ни за что не разрешит нам оставить эту
You know
моську.
how she is. She won't let us keep this doggy.
По крайней мере, пока Оля больна. А там
At least until Olya feels better. And then...
что-нибудь придумаем.
I'll think of something. Oh, cool, Dad. I replied with a resigned sigh. Dad showed me a sad smile and held out a couple sausages from the fridge to me.
На, покормишь по
Here.
дороге.
You'll feed it outside.
Пойдем, Жулька.
Let's go, Zolka.
Has been a while. Ah, Skybeck, you say it's been a while. It's been a while since you've been here. And here we are at the two... Friggin' hell, actually, I just realized the Oh. They're gonna make that poor thing fat. It's better than what I want, than what was considered with the axe a moment ago. I entered the hallway along with the happy dog that was munching on a cold sausage. Yeah, Skybeck, if you want an idea, the description says it. 2.5 years since I last played this game. Long before friggin'... Yeah, that was long before you even knew of me. Because that was long before me and Venvi did anything. Time. 2.5 years since episode 4 came out, and we had to replay a bit of it. Nostalgia in the terrible way. I honed my hearing to try and listen in on the conversation in Ilya's room, but the rampaging nature silenced the voices. I threw out my jacket, whistled to the dog, and went out into the blizzard. Wait a minute. You weren't even a mod. Did we even have mods? Were there mods at the time? Or was it just Mazorik and Thumb as mods at the time? Thumb, were you a mod when I played this last? Yeah, Lobotomy Corporation started... No, Lobotomy Corporation... Well, okay, this is 2.5 years, and for reference, the 2-year anniversary of the White Knight event was 2 weeks ago. I believe so, because I know it was you and Mazorik first, then Kuda Dude, and then Furret after Lobotomy Corporation days. And then we've... Oh my god, I just realized it's been almost 2 years since I added a new mod. With how some of the Limbus Company streams get, I probably should have additional mod firepower. You became a mod long after LobCorp. You became... Right, you became afterwards, but even still, it's been like a year. Like, it's still been quite a while since any type of moderation was added. And again, given how some of the Limbus Company streams are getting... Oh, it's a happy birthday. Oh, damn. Oh, and Spider-Man 2. I presume the Raimi Spider-Man 2, correct? The only consolation I had was the fact that Zolka was a stray, so she probably knows how to survive the winter. I fed her the last of my treats and started licking my hands in excitement. The wind pushed me in the back as if escorting me to the stockade of trees. The Velma glasses. I've noticed. Look, I may not say anything much in other servers, but my eyes are meant to see, and I do indeed see everything. They hunched over in the storm like ugly executioners that are about to kill me for my crime. Gatherings of elms looked like cliffs. In the crevices between them, the winds and the gray ghosts wandered. Like, for a stream like this, obviously, we have enough moderation firepower, and half the time I'm still the one who will likely take action myself just because I'm the one who sees problem first. But, yeah. That is a thing to think about on my part. Especially just as an insurance to make sure there's at least something. You're almost always there. Indeed, you are almost always there. You are reliable on being there, however your internet isn't. Your Germanness prevents you. Gathering of elms look like cliffs in the crevices between them. The winds and the gray ghosts wandered. Those surely were the forest's previous victims. No, it's just snow. That was specifically in reference to if we ever got Callie as a mod, but Callie isn't around here all that much nowadays. 2 timeouts a day, indeed. But if the glade was so scary, then what's the thicket like? Don't think about it. Do what you must and run back. I walked, swallowed by the snow piles. When are we getting abducted? The closer I got to the pines, the darker my surroundings became. I look back at the house. Oh no, we're safe for the lenses. The prescription, yeah, no. It's one of those things, you don't think about it and then you bring it up and I'm just like, oh yeah, you do kind of have that look to you. The lights inside tremble like candle flames that were about to be put out by the wind. And for some reason, I thought that nobody would come and reignite them. We have gone too long without something traumatic happening.
Беги, Жулька.
Run,
Здесь
Volka.
тебе не рады.
You're not welcome here. At least not yet. Not until Mother comes down.
The dog perked its ears. The brushes rustled, crackling in the cold. Ah, remember how I said something traumatizing hadn't happened recently enough? The darkness hooted. Not the owl. Branches cracked. Somebody walked around the edge of the forest. Now, is this one of the animal children, or is this Romka? Zolka barked a single time. I turned around in panic, but my home was no longer there. Oh. The blizzard surrounded me with impenetrable chaos. Whistling echoes among the trunks, also blinking is healthy to it. Snowflakes flying in my face. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Oh god. Oh. 1 second, wait. Okay, yeah, I think I did something wrong when I was growling earlier, so any of the growly voices that are supposed to be growly are not going to be as growly for the sake of pain that I've accidentally put myself in. I apologize, I have messed that up. A giant meat grinder crunching on bones. That's how the steps that approached me from the darkness sounded. I stepped back, Zolka barked. Dad just probably took pity on the dog and decided to take it back to our warm house.
Пап!
Dad! Crunch, crunch. The footsteps stopped mere meters away from me. I strained my vision. There was nobody there. There was just a brush that had bent under the gust of wind. I exhaled in relief. And then somebody's arms grabbed me from behind. Please be Papa. Tore me off the ground and threw me into the darkness. Oblivion was like a well full of viscous syrup. I was slowly sliding to the bottom of it. It was somewhat pleasant feeling. I couldn't change anything, so I just relaxed inside the goo. Like a diver that lets the current carry them. But even then, I knew the well wasn't bottomless. I wasn't likely to wake up in my bed, near my anxious parents. First, the pain came. My hands hurt, like they were run over by a car. Then dim lights squeezed through my fluttering eyelids. I opened my eyes and emerged into a nightmare. Fragments of reality rushed me like a pack of rabid dogs. Rows of shelves, meat walls, the bulb hanging on a wire, the riveted flooring. I woke up inside a garage. Horror gripped me harder than the ropes that circled around my wrists. Oh, great. Oh! I thrashed around and moaned. A piece of duct tape stopped me from calling for help. I was hanging in the air, a good 2 feet off the dirty floor. The ropes fixed on a hook that was drilled into the ceiling, held by a horizontal held in a horizontal position. My feet were raised backwards. My numb fingers clutched and unclutched. The cords ate into my skin. My throat was dry. My tongue was stuck to my palate. This is the end. The beginning of the end, to be precise, because I won't be guaranteed a quick death. Also, I know this is a weird place to do this. I very much need to do a Be Right Back right now, so we're just gonna do that right now. I'm sorry to cut off in the middle of this, but it is very much need Be Right Back time, so we're just gonna go to the unfittingly calm music while the boy is tied up and dangling. Because I need this right now. So, God, last time I played this game, Twitch ad then? Don't worry about Twitch for now. Look, we don't... do not worry about the Twitch quota. I will push the button if need be. The tension of waiting. Switch to Be Right Back, and, turn on the bouncy chibi. Upper right. Hunter, it is just that I have the bladder of a squirrel sometimes. That is all I am taking care of right now. That is what I mean by need to be right back. But otherwise, I was also... Okay, this is a thing. I was tempted because the last time I played this game, it was with the old Be Right Back screen. I was tempted to dig that up and put it back on here. But I did not because this is still... Yeah, Be Right Back. little update. Apparently on Steam, I got an achievement for sparing the dog called Dr. Pavlov. Now then. Shall we resume? Because I say we shall, because I'm the dictator here. The fragments of a scary reality fell into place, like the pieces of a puzzle. I tried to calm down and avoid hurting my arms even more. Check the DMs, I did. I saw the glasses, not as thick as you would like, but Pavlov's dog was Zolka all along. Dun dun dun. Oh. I tried to calm down and avoid hurting my arms even more. At least the one who captured me went somewhere else. I was the only person in the metal box. Can I maybe free myself? We have the pendant still. But after just a moment, I was dangling again like a fly inside a spider's web. Also, Skybeck, I was just thinking, me just thinking of like Halloween stuff, because the last costume I saw, I don't know if it was this year, was you as freaking Dante, so you go from Dante to Velma. But they were too big for you. Have you heard of this thing called tape? Like you just put some double-sided tape behind your ears, and then maybe it looks a little funny, but you made it work. Like a fly inside a spider's web. In place of spanners and winches, pliers, scalpels, and bone saws. All dirty, covered in rust. The floor smeared with red stains. Oh my, a pile of rags in the corner. When I realized what I was looking at, strength left me. That'd be hella uncomfortable. But what would you be willing to sacrifice for the look, darling? What would you be willing to sacrifice? And those were kids' clothing and shoes from all the previous victims. The things that belonged to my predecessors. Those who died at the hands of the serial killer inside this lair. I blinked away my heavy tears. Lots of favorite characters. I'm just thinking, no, because I've seen your whole like drawings of your favorite characters, but it's just, man, that is one hell of a friggin', that is one hell of a spectrum at that point. What the? There was something big covered by a tarp to the right of me. This thing. And even more to the left of it sat a kid. Oh! I reckon, is that Romka? No, that might be two. Oh, one of those kids. They were hunched over near that thing, which was probably the generator that powered the light bulb. I stopped crying and moaned, trying to attract his attention. The kid turned his back toward me, his hood. Look, but have the ord clothes, neither does your mom. Look, where there's a will, there's a way. You clearly didn't have the will, tisk tisk. I couldn't see if it was a boy or a girl. That kid hugged their knees and swayed back and forth as if in a trance. Their shadows slid across the metal in silence that was only disturbed by the howling wind outside. What if that's Olia? I don't think that's Olia, too big. The thought that my sister also ended up in the black garage scalded my mind. Do you like they really like the word scalded in here. What the hell am I fiddling? I threw my head back and twisted my wrists, trying to reach the knots with my fingers. My attempts failed, to no one's surprise. I looked at the generator again. The kid was gone. If they were even there in the first place. I turned my head around, looking for the kid. I heard stifled wheezing coming from under the tarp. Another hallucination? No. I stared at the source of the barely audible sound. And then the metal prison cell shook so hard that my body was thrown towards the shelves as if it was on a swing. Torture tools clanged, the light bulb swayed, a bright spot it produced squirming on the horrifying floor. The black garage turned into a shadow theater. An earthquake? No, more like Baba Yaga's hut growing chicken legs and going for a walk. I'm actually gonna screw it. We'll do the Baba Yaga reading. Oh yeah, we have all these lovely things. Baba Yaga, a female character, or one of a trio of sisters of the same name. I didn't know Baba Yaga was potentially part of a trio. That's new to me. Huh. From Slavic folklore, in some narratives she's described as a repulsive or ferocious-looking old woman who fries and eats children, while in the others she's depicted as a nice old woman who helps the hero. Her distinctive traits are flying around in a wooden mortar, wielding a pestle, and dwelling deep in the forest in a hut with chicken legs. Oh, the idea is would you have it? That's tripping when you have astigmatism. What the? Hold on. I don't? Okay, I don't. Sorry, I saw the friggin' image you sent, but. Baba Yaga is part of a music trio. I didn't know that Baba Yaga was potentially part of a trio. Mr. Scarbeck, I saw the image and I'm confused by what you sent. Yes, I was being transported. That would make some level of sense. Baba Yaga has been referenced before in this. Not directly, but the wolf filling up the house. It'll be darker than the other. Oh, okay. I guess that would mean I don't. I could hear the hum of an engine outside through the roaring wind. The light bulb flickered, going out and turning back on the next instant. What is that? A dog barking? I was thrown toward the generator. Oh. The rope slipped from my hook and I fell on my back, my eyes bulging out of their sockets from pain. The door flew open, confirming my hunch. This is just moving. The tree things flew by in the blizzard. We were moving, probably under tow.
Есть кто живой? Яшка, алло!
Anybody alive? Biasha? Romka?
Am I not hallucinating after all? Okay, so I mean, it wasn't him huddling, but it was Romka's the one I thought of. I spun my legs. Romka jumped into the garage like a passenger who was late for his train. He frowned for a second and rushed toward me, ripping off my gag.
Петров, а хер ли ты тут забыл?
Petrov, the fuck are you doing here?
I didn't have an answer for that question.
Оставить бы тебя тут помирать, лошара.
They're all dark. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I'll look at that when I'm not also trying to... So, reminder to everyone who did not remember Episode 4, this is the kid who came at me with a knife. This is the kid who came at Anton with a knife with very seriously looking intent to kill. And from how I understand it, if I didn't have a specific item, he would have murdered Anton in a way that earned this game 18+ violence. I would like to point that out real quick for anyone who is unaware of the history here. Oh, my internet is having padding a little bit? Yeah, had a little.
I'd love to leave you here to die, loser.
His words made my whole body turn to stone.
Прикалываешься? Нелюдь? Ща, погоди.
Relax, I'm kidding. What am I, some kind of monster? I have no idea, probably. Just give me a moment.
There's the knife. Romo pulled out his butterfly knife and sliced the ropes. Oh good, it's cutting the ropes and not my flesh. I moaned from the... Why am I'm reading this and just in the Russian. I moaned from the pain and mystiferous. Romka looked at me with a smirk on his face as I stood up.
Будешь должен абсос.
You'll owe me one, sucker.
Okay, yeah, look, fine. I'll owe you one. I'm not dead is what I'm happy about. YouTube, you are receiving enough data, piss off. YouTube, you're not dropping frames right now, piss off. The floor under us shook like crazy. We had to balance to avoid sliding toward the walls. Can you slide toward the door?
Поздравляю, Петров. Ты не убийца.
Congratulations, Petrov. You're not the killer.
Well, thanks for nothing, I guess, huh? Makes sense to be fair. Yes, but I'm using that as a chance to break from doing the Russian voice. I guess for some reason I could do this, just randomly. It's actually not too stressful of a voice to do. I can do my own custom Russian voice. This is the one I used to, every so often, this is the voice I would do. The very lovely friend, very friendly joke with my friend back in the day, where basically we would just do this voice and ask for vodka. Because, you know, stereotypes. Well, thanks for nothing, I guess.
Ты здесь оказался?
How did you end up here?
Как в боевике,
Just
прикинь.
Like in a damned action movie.
Бяша же пропал. Менты ко мне нагрянули, я ж его
Яша.
кореш закадычил.
Right, Yasha was the disgusting kid with all that acne who pummeled me. Or who pummeled Anton.
Yasha went missing, see? The cops went to me since I'm as old Talino. Or was it? Was Yasha...
Was Biasha the acne kid, or was Biasha the other one with the missing tooth and the North Face jacket?
Тихонов, то сё, с нами, говорит, поедешь.
And Tikhonov was like, you're going with us.
Они меня в бобик посадили и давай по окрестностям
They
кататься.
put me in the car and we drove all over the neighborhood.
Считай, повезло. Маньячина гараж вез. Мы за ним.
I got lucky. The killer was moving his drugs and we got on his tail.
Disappear with an No, I remember, no, that's very fair. I remember when I updated Clip Studio Paint, like when I changed computers, it had a bunch of brushes from the old version just missing, and apparently that was a thing that they just removed or changed some of the brushes, and there was an entire brush pack that was literally just restoring the ones that were removed. Also, my internet's having a fun time. We're gonna wait here a minute. We're gonna wait here a minute and see if my internet doesn't calm down, okay? Because this is a time I would like to, you know, I would like this to be nice and smooth as best as possible, so we're just gonna wait a moment and hope my internet is, calming. Oh, my never custom. God damn! Glad you got those back. Clap, clap. Clap, clap.
Well, luckily the killer was moving his drugs and we got on his tail.
Shots were fired out. Shots were fired outside. Dogs barked. Who's the killer? It's freaking loud. Jesus Christ. I have this turned down quite a bit, by the way. Hold on. Is there a... We're just gonna bring that down a little bit for the sake of if you. I would like to point out the recording is still near peaking at just this. We'll leave the music at that volume, but yeah, this is still very, very loud.
Who is the killer? Roman was about to open his mouth when we heard another wheezing sound from under the tarp. Yes, sir! We rushed toward the sound and pulled the tarp off with all four hands. My brain almost got fried from what I saw. What do we... There was an industrial meat grinder under the tarp. In its bowl, that stank of motor... The stink of motor oil lay tied up Katya. And she appears to be missing her knees already. Oh god, I have not seen you in a long while. Her eyes full of desperation and tears were directed at us. Katya moaned into the gag. We'll get you out of here! Careful, Roma. Romka heard my plea, but there was already nothing he could do. The garage shook again, and the delinquent was thrown against the meat grinder's side, breaking the lever under the bowl. Fuck! The giant machine rumbled like an empty belly. Oh no. Oh my! The knives came into motion inside the cast iron mouth. Katya's eyes bulged out even more. Oh god, we are in a Saw movie now. I realized that she was sliding into the meat grinder's throat. A couple more seconds and the blades would slice off her feet. Romka, still wincing from pain, tried to move what was left of the lever with bare hands, but it was completely broken. I shoved my hands able to grab Katya by the shoulders. My fingers slipped, the girl's feet touched the blades. The hellish spiral got painted red and Katya's face turned crimson. She was probably about to lose consciousness. Okay, Jesus Christ. I did not like this girl, but okay, what? Oh, good. I clutched the collar of Katya's coat and pulled the girl toward me as hard as I could. Romka rushed to help me, stopping our classmate from falling into the bowl. Who's there? Oh, the police. Tikhonova stumbled into the garage, completely out of breath. I didn't even notice how the garage stopped. Gunshots continued cracking outside. Yeah, that base is very appropriate. Lieutenant, help us!
Yeah, very reasonable face there. The place where Ghost said a minute ago caught my attention. What? The generator! Yes, turn the generator off. If this thing doesn't have power, it cannot grind the child. Tikhonov. Sometimes I need to stop and pronounce the words. Acted without delay. He dashed to the generator while we were holding Katya in place. The policeman turned off the motor in a flash. The giant machine rumbled with its cast iron bells for one last time and then went silent. The blade spun idly for a couple of seconds and stopped. Blood dripped down from them.
Петров, мы с тобой, конечно, не кенты, но я все-таки тебя освободил.
You are very calm considering what we have just witnessed. Considering what we have just witnessed, you are incredibly calm, Roma.
Petrov, we're not buddies or anything, but I did for you.
Значит, ты мне должен.
That means you owe me.
Не говори, что я задел рычаг.
Don't tell anybody about the lever.
I replied with a curt nod and he relaxed, seemingly believing me. You know what? If that's all you want as far as that favor goes, yeah, go right ahead. I will not tell anyone that you... That I don't even blame you for. That is just... The hut was lurching and a terrible happenstance happened to happen.
Квиты.
But even now. Yeah, good, I'll take it. That deal's fine. We took Katya out of the meat grinder. She went limp in Tikhonlov's hands. How are her feet doing? At least she's alive. I know nothing about this girl other than she was honestly kind of a bitch in the interactions I had with her. But I know there's other ways you can... the friggin' manga chapter is about her, so... She lost consciousness, and that was probably the best outcome for her. Oh, yeah. The wind whistled into the open door. The sight of my classmate's bloody foot was stomach-churning. Oh, luckily I can't see that here too much. She was missing a big toe, and the one next to it dangled in the air, still connected to the foot with a tiny patch of skin. No longer will Katya be able to be the fastest girl in our PA class. At least she gets to be alive. That thought almost brought me to tears, but I held on.
Нет. Твою мать.
No way.
Oh, he's what's right. I turned to Roma. He was holding a sneaker that he excavated from the pile of shoes. Was that his friend? No.
Пяша. Братан.
Yes, bro. We weren't friends. Quite the contrary. But seeing Romka so distraught, so helpless, made me empathetic. I can only imagine how tough it was to lose a friend.
Уходим отсюда.
Let's get out of here. Elorio Sontaria.
Romka let go of the sneaker. We went out into the raging snowstorm one after another. Black and white. Indeed. I think... I'm not sure, but I think there might be an ending in Chapter 4 or something in Episode 4 where potentially she doesn't get saved from the meat grinder. Because while I haven't looked at it personally, I think that might be what some of the... Like, I mean, I've seen some stuff just over time. And I think that might be a thing that's in there. Pines loomed over us. They reminded me of hollowed out bones, with the burial winds howling inside them. Snow piled over the cabin of an overturned tractor. The garage was stuck in a snow pile. A police car was also parked nearby. The flicker of police sirens, the horrifying trees, and the white wasteland. I'll never forget this sight. More gunshots rang out in the distance. And then, an epiphany came. The tractor driver. He transported the garage from one place to another. He was the serial killer.
Доронин и остальные.
Aronian
Пошли за
and the others.
похитителем.
Went to chase the kidnapper. Oh, okay. Zolka ran up to my legs, wagging her tail. Zolka!
Героиня наша.
Oh, there you are, little hero.
Героиня?
A hero? Also, hello, Vectora. How are you doing?
Это она нас на гараж вывела. Получается, твой
She brought
запах
us to the
поймал.
garage. Probably got your scent. Oh my god, imagine how much more terribly this would have gone if we had decided to murder the dog.
Пойдешь в милицию служить, нюхач?
Wanna work in the police, Snifferhead?
This all got parked in agreement. Oh, rub the dog behind its back. Behind its back? Where on here is behind the back? Is it the tail? Oh, okay, yeah, she's oh, no, wait, okay, that... Oh, that's her torn up leggings, not her skin. Okay. The forest became unbearably cold. Tunkonov looked at Katya with fraternal tenderness and then turned to us.
Аптечка под бардачком. Пацан, Антон, притащи-ка
I have
бинт.
a first aid kit under the glove box. Yo, Anton, bring us some bandages. He completed his request in a flash. Tikhonov and held Katya's foot. Large red drops fell to the snow. At least she is, relatively speaking, fine. I bandaged Katya's foot, stealing glances at the lieutenant as if to ask him with my facial expressions if I was doing everything right.
Теперь узел.
Not there, not
Отлично.
here. Good. A small rime-looking stain soaked through the white threads. It's just a red... It's just red rime doesn't exist. What? A small rime-looking stain... Just red rime doesn't exist. Oh. I could barely take my eyes off it.
Пацаны, побудьте с ней в
Yes.
машине.
Stay with her in the car. Yeah, no problem.
Я
Will
найду
do.
Доронина.
I'll go find Doronian. Tikhonov carried Katya to the car.
Следи, чтобы у нее ноги были выше от земли.
Well, make sure her legs are always elevated. You know what? Yes, keep that. Kick your feet up and just relax, girly.
А то, не дай бог, от потери крови помрет.
Or she might die from blood loss. That escalated quickly. Yeah, again, based on what I know of this game, I think there is an alternate outcome in an earlier chapter where she does end up in the meat grinder fully. Because I'll point out this game has an 18+ violence and gore and disturbing content warning on it. And I was told there was something in Chapter 4. Chapter 4 is when that got added. Or Episode 4, not Chapter 4. The policeman said that and left us. Roma, lost in his own thoughts, sat on the front seat, leaning against the glass with his temple. Can you go in the grinder? I prescribe you a straitjacket and padded white robe. Please take this 24/7 for the next 3 weeks. We'll have a talk later. He wasn't in the mood to talk to me anymore. It's understandable considering what he just witnessed and what he also just saw. I sat on the back seat beside Katya. She looked weak, pale. Pale like gypsum. Soft sulfate material composed of calcium sulfate dihydrate with chemical formula CaSO4-2H2O. It is widely... Okay, thank you, Wikipedia. Okay, cool. Interesting. What is this music, by the way? Why? Hold on. Suddenly guitar strumming. But also somehow breathtakingly beautiful. Rumbling car engine and guitar. She didn't look like a sly snake anymore. She was a swan dying in my hands now. This is... Anton, time and place. Anton, time and place. You do... Skybeck, you don't know her? That's a ukulele. You know what? Kind of other things in the scene that I'm worried about more than the exact instrument. I just kind of was like, why are we just strumming? When I got warm, I started to come to the realization that I survived. And a chapter of my life that was pure horror was now over. Oh, the music was cute. I tore my eyes off the blizzard raging outside and looked down in surprise. Katya's fingers clutched my hand. I have interacted with... In this... She looked at me from under her half-closed eyelids.
Ты спас меня.
You saved me.
I was about to say that Romka was with me, and the police, headed by Tikhonov, were also nearby. This is music stream. Also, not gonna lie, Hunter, you know how I'm not exactly one for technical names of things? For me, anything in the general shape that does not use a bow is a guitar, and anything that does use a bow is a violin. That I simplified in my mind. Yes, I know there are also different types of the stringed instruments that you play with the zuzuzuzu bow, but my brain simplifies everything down to the basics. I am not one for technicals. You will shank me? I mean, I know they exist, I just simplify everything in my brain.
Спасибо.
Thank you.
I replied with a tired smile.
Отдыхай.
Get
Нам
some
всем
rest.
нужно отдохнуть.
We all need to get some rest.
Now, what happens? What is the Forest Master? What is all that? I turned to the window and continued to enjoy the sensation of Katya's fingers on my hand. Oh, Jesus Christ! The biggest jump scare of all, being back in school. Oh yeah, where's Paulina? We've not seen Paulina at all. The bell rang, throngs of school kids tumbled out of the classrooms. The wind covered the schoolyard with snow. It thawed on the boots and dirtied the floors inside. Oh, gotta love that. The wind covered the schoolyard with snow. I read that. It had been 2 weeks since we got out of the serial killer's den. Romka barely came to school, so I had no chance of talking to him. Last time I saw Katya was when we sat in the police car. Lilia Pavlovna took a leave to care for her daughter, so we had a substitute teacher for now. If Dad didn't talk Mom out of locking me home, I wouldn't be here either. My parents always had their eyes on me since that incident. My classmates looked at me differently too, as if they were looking at an alien from a distant planet. I couldn't gauge who that alien was. That friendly run from a Steven Spielberg movie, or the alien? Wait, Steven Spielberg? So obviously the second one is the xenomorph. Was Spielberg E.T.? I do not remember. I stood near the window and stared at the White Veil Guard. The White Veiled Yard, not the White Veil Guard. What the hell am I thinking? What the hell is the White Veil Guard? My movie knowledge is not great, but I have it a little bit. The world shrank to the school and its surroundings, walled off by the swirling darkness. The White Veil Guard is hefty. Someone look up the White Veil Guard and figure out what I just thought of. The killer managed to escape. He's still at large. He's probably equipping a new garage. Even blacker. Even scarier than the previous one. You're making him a doll. Mandala. What is that? Oh, Paulina!
Hey there, my hero. What do you...
Last I saw you, you got Dragon Age the Veilguard. Okay, friggin' blot that from history. That's the terrible one, right? Also, yeah, friggin' Paulina, the girl who wants to play violin and leave this place, and the last time I saw you, you were crying. You were crying, begging to be taken away. That house where with your creepy grandpa who told me about the village that got hung by their intestines. Paulina smiled at me, her hands behind her back, though it says very clearly in front. I know what you're going for, but I'm just being funny.
Как же мы давно не общались.
We haven't talked for so long.
По телефону общались вчера.
We called just yesterday.
Телефон не
That
считается.
doesn't count. I can tell. I think that... Okay, she said... That doesn't count here, but I heard telefonia or something like that in Russian, so I'm presuming that she said something like talking over the phone doesn't count in actuality, and this was a simplified translation. I don't know why I like to go into, like, details like that every so often.
А вживую не болтали целую вечность.
It's the real world interactions that matter.
Как поживаешь?
How have you been?
How have I been, really? That's a very complicated tale. I've been a person who witnessed a pair of Katya's toes get sliced off by giant blades. You could have witnessed a lot worse, boy.
Все в порядке.
I'm fine, I think.
Ты изменился.
You've changed.
Повзрослел.
You look a lot more mature.
До сих пор поверить не могу, что наш Петров спас человека из мясорубки.
This sounds like Saw. Look, I made the Saw comparison earlier.
I still can't believe this Anton Petrov had saved someone from a meat grinder.
Мы с Ромкой.
Together with Romka.
Ромка.
Romka.
Yeah, the guy who almost stabbed me because I was spending time with you. That Romka.
Странно, что он никого случайно не убил. С его везением.
I'm surprised he didn't kill anybody by accident, considering his luck.
About that, I'm not allowed to say anything specific, but he is the one who fell on the lever. Paulina's forehead puckered.
А вот ты совсем другое
It's your
дело.
difference. You feel
Рядом с
safe
тобой
around here.
безопасно. Девушки такое чувствуют.
Girls have a sixth sense for
That kind of thing. Females in chat, do you confirm this? Do you have a sixth sense for who is safe? Oh, with happy endings, rainbows, and unicorns? Look, I'm waiting for the 180 here. This game never stays happy for long. I'm half expecting this to be a dream. Yes, actually? Okay, fair enough. You have no idea? Okay. Well, Skybeck, you are one of the people who should know this guaranteed.
I was completely at a loss.
Ну, не знаю.
I don't know.
Не
I need to
скромничай.
be humble.
Хотя
Although
ты
your
такой
red
милый,
face
когда
looks kind of cute.
краснеешь.
Although your red face looks kind of cute. Yeah.
Вот бы таких рыцарей, как ты, в мире было
I wish
больше.
there were knights like you out in the world.
Это бы решило многие проблемы, да?
That would solve so many problems, don't you think?
What was the question? You're different, I feel safe around you. Girls have a sixth sense for that kind of thing. Is this true, Skybeck? You are of the qualifying to be able to answer this. Did she call me a knight? Yes, she did. I grunted something unintelligible. Yes? Okay, well, there you have it. Ow, my thigh. My face as red as a beet, cursing my shyness in my mind. Tool female has confirmed. Alright, I guess we have a 2 for 2. Ugh.
Fair enough.
Not gonna lie, I kind of just assume everyone's involved in something sketchy. That's kind of my baseline assumption. As not a female, I have no idea. You know what? Fair enough. That's why you're not one to answer.
That is why you are not one to answer then, Russian Jair. I do not know why I decided to listen to Russian.
Polina sneaked a glance at the window and the white blanket of snow floating outside. There was an impenetrable wall of darkness past the flower beds.
Думаешь, этот псих еще в поселке?
Do you think that psycho is still in the village?
Minor typo. Whenever they get a chance to patch that. I Nitavage. Except when you watch Hunter skit. Oh. My brain did not read that last word right away, so I just read that as I'm not involved in anything sketchy except for when I watch Hunter. You're gonna head out. Enjoy Skybeck. Enjoy your outage. And enjoy your glasses whenever they come.
Надеюсь, нет.
I hope not. He very likely still is. And he may be the forest master.
Милиция прочесала все вдоль и поперек.
Oh, wait. Okay, sorry, I'm just seeing if the grumbly can be done in the throat without it hurting. Yeah, I think I accidentally messed something up in the growls earlier on, so I don't think I can do certain voices now. Unfortunate.
The police have scoured every corner around here.
У меня к тебе просьба, Антон.
I have a favor to ask, Anton.
Дедушка сейчас в больнице.
Grandpa's in the hospital right now.
Oh no!
Что-то серьезное?
Is it serious?
В его возрасте все серьезно.
Anything can be serious at his age.
But that means you can still wear them and look at yourself in the mirror in them. You can still appreciate how you look in the mirror with them. You can still take pictures with them. You can still do a lot of things with them other pictures.
Знаешь, мне страшно даже
You
за
see,
закрытыми дверями.
I feel scared even behind closed doors.
А на улице, в
And
метели,
outside, in the
сегодня по
blizzard,
дороге в школу я расплакалась.
I broke out crying while walking home.
Глупо, да?
That's so stupid, right? Nighty night, fair night, Skybeck. Enjoy your sleep.
Вовсе не глупо.
It's not stupid at all. No, honestly, given her thing to... Not stupid. I felt like she was never this candid with me. Well... I'm trying to remember, God, why did that happen? Why? Oh, right, it's because the cat scratched him. I was, okay, for those who you are not going to get context, but I was like, why did she try to take his pants off in her room last time? People who weren't here for that are not going to know why I'm talking about this, but it was because her cat scratched him and she wanted to look at the scratch. I tried to remember that whole situation. I was like, why did that happen? Then I was like, yes, it was the cat. That's a... You won't question it. Well, that also... Didn't that... Ooh, I'm trying to remember. Did that... I think that ended... I don't think she actually... He did not actually take it... Yeah, pants did not actually come off. I think it ended with them falling, lying in bed, kissing, and then she broke down, having a mental breakdown, and cried. And then he proceeded to go out past her creepy grandpa, who she is now talking about being in the hospital. Like, this is me trying to remember for like 2.5 years ago, and I only loosely refreshed my memory on this. The straightforward attitude fit Polina well. I adored her already beautiful face. Great first date. Well, no, the first date was a walk home. I don't know why. I have memory of this game from 2.5 years ago better than I have a lot of stuff. The first date, the actual first time they spent time together was a walk home. One of the bully kids, one of which is now dead, like Romka and his two other cronies, kicked that dog, and then pummeled the hell out of Anton. I'm trying to remember. Yeah, that was chapter 2, if I'm not mistaken, right? Yeah. And her magical eyes, suspicious and trusting at the same time. Anyone would want to become a genuine knight under their watchful gaze.
Ты бы мог
Can you-
проводить меня домой после урока?
Escort me home after school. Oh, we're back up. Yeah, well, hey, we're back to the first date again.
Другие мальчики мне предлагали. Но что они сделают, если появится убийца?
Other boys have offered themselves, but what will they do if the killer appears? What is it with her dialogue specifically having like minor typos? Interesting. I was flattered, but still couldn't help but question myself. What would I do? Whip out an Uzi just like Chuck Norris? I forget. Sometimes I forget the weird like film references that this stuff, the media references this does. Polina looked at me as if she was sure I carried a gun like that in my school bag, and maybe even multiple of them. Ah, yes, just Chuck Norris the killer.
Мы договорились?
So, what do you say? I wanted to reply, but then I saw two people near the stairs. You've forgotten Chuck Norris exists? How dare.
Аккуратнее.
Lilia, Pavlonva, and Katya walking on crutches. At least she can walk. You got pretzel? Om nom. She lost weight and looked frail after weeks of absence. I remember her tender gaze back when she sat in the police car. A horrible day became just a tad bit brighter thanks to that bonding moment between two people who escaped certain death. One bonding moment between you two. The one. The bell rang. I shuddered. Oh, the jump
Встретимся
scare.
после уроков.
I'll see you after school. Okay, walking away. Hello, random children. We entered the classroom, and many people are now, many empty seats. The rumors of Lilia Pavlovna. That name is really hard. Pavlovna. Look, this game loves to play with that type of sound being loud. Coming back spread faster than she could get here. Wasn't she a super strict mean teacher? The kids were already standing at attention when she came in.
Садитесь.
You can sit down.
Катюш, дойти сама сможешь?
Can you walk there by yourself, Katya, dear?
Смогу, мам.
I can, Mum. Oh, can you? Katya hobbled away along the desks, and our classmates drilled holes in her with their eyes. Well, hey, better than the drill of the meat grinder. They were probably imagining themselves in her place inside that psycho's garage. Or maybe they wondered how it felt to move around without two toes on one of their legs. She does not seem happy. Katya skipped her usual place as if she forgot where she sat during her sick leave and stopped at my desk. She just stood there, eyes downcast, pouty-faced. I was taken aback. Doubly. That music stinger over that moment. Doubly so because we were being watched by an anxious Paulina who was half turned towards us.
Подвинешься?
Can you move? I didn't know what to do. Stuck between a rock and a hard place, as Dad used to say. Wait, is it? Paulina squeezed the pencil in her hand. It seemed like it was about to break. That pressure transferred to my spine.
Мне долго ждать?
That was 5 syllables for the equivalent of well. Well?
Что?
What?
Ты тормоз?
Are you slow or what? She finally looked at me. I didn't miss that thorny stare at all.
К шкафу подвинулся очкарик.
Move to the cabinet for Really? We're back to this immediately? Okay, well, this makes sense. At least you're back in character. I lost my breath for a moment from anger. You know what? This makes perfect sense. We had one bonding moment, and you're right back to this. 4 eyes, really? After everything that happened? My cheeks burning, I obeyed her order.
На полу.
On the floor. Really?
Что?
What?
На полу грязь.
There's dirt on the floor.
Я не дежурный сегодня.
I'm not done cleaning duty today. Okay, then. How long will I wait is the reason. Ah, gotcha. So they just summed it up to well.
Это грязь с твоих копыт.
The dirt is from your hooves. Clean it!
Okay then.
Катя молодец.
I gulped without looking at my classmates in hopes they weren't looking at us at that moment.
Видал, как она его?
I hoped they weren't enjoying this humiliating spectacle.
Хорошо.
Alright. With my eyes locked on Katya, I wiped a small puddle under the desk with the sole of my shoe.
Ты почему стоишь, Кать?
Why are you standing there, Katya?
Лилия Павловна, тут Петров нас свинячил.
Lily Pavlovna. The Petrov made a mess here. Oh, friggin'.
Да-да.
Yes.
I should have let you fall into the meat grinder.
Вот жду, пока он за собой
I'm waiting for him
уберется.
to clean it up.
Петров, быстрее, пожалуйста, не
Петров.
задерживай его.
Alright, please. We need to start the lesson.
Oh, Jesus Christ. I know there's an alternate path to this game where you get close with her. And people like her on that path. My path has not been kind to her, though. I felt like my whole head was burning. Arthur clenches fist meme. And the words that left my mouth were little fireballs.
Серьезно?
Really
Убери.
now? Clean it up.
Это твое спасибо.
Is that your gratitude?
Ну всё.
Katya's face reddened, but she continued her arrogant staring contest nonetheless. I couldn't stop anymore. I raced down a proverbial hill. I burst out. Or was it the fear that I bottled up inside me for a month that burst out? I pushed away the chair beside me, hunched down, and started wiping the floor with the sleeve of my shirt.
Чисто. Может, Ваше Величество уже сесть?
Is that good enough? Can Her Highness finally sit down?
I'll go to your chat, but I'll let none of what you said come through. You've been talking this past while? Man. Yeah, we got none of that. Katya let out an insolent snort.
Что ж,
Yes.
хорошая работа.
Good job.
Кстати,
By the way,
сама себя вытаскивай в следующий раз.
next time I won't
Дура.
come to your rescue, idiot.
Петров!
Petrov. Oh, great.
Всё,
Lilia
попался.
Pavlovna's eyes widened. She saw red.
Что ты себе позволяешь? К директору! Быстро!
How dare you say that? Principal's office now. Oh, my freaking god.
I jumped up in defiance.
Так-то он прав. Могла бы и поблагодарить.
He's right though. The least she could do is thank him.
Он ей вообще-то жизнь
He
спас.
saved her life.
Yeah, no, honestly, this is... Ugh. The class buzzed in agreement. They were clearly on my side. Before I could let that thought sink in, fate presented me with a new surprise. Katya swayed, and I reflectively held her to stop her from falling over, and then sat her on my chair.
Прости меня, Антон.
Which one of these things are you...
I'm sorry, Anton.
Her mask slipped. What? I saw that Katya clutched my hand at the back seat of the police car again.
Я злюсь на свою ногу, а не на тебя.
I'm not angry at you. I'm angry at my foot.
Прости. Я и правда.
I'm sorry. I'm an
дура.
idiot.
I mumbled something unintelligible in reply, shook by her sudden confession. Oh. I had figured it was some level of a mask, but...
Может, сядешь уже?
Will you sit now?
Но, Лилия Павловна,
Lilia Pavlovna.
Ладно.
Fine,
Садись,
Petrov.
Петров.
You can sit. Ah, great, yes. Let me listen to you, mistress. Also, we're back to the strumming.
Давайте уже начнем урок.
Live action adaptations. Sorry, better than the 80%. 80% of live action adaptations. Okay, you mean in general. I thought you meant. I was gonna say, like, of what?
Let's start the class.
I took my seat. Katya's gaze was fixed on me. It felt ticklish. Yes, the ticklish gaze. I guess if you get to see more of this side of her throughout other paths in the earlier bit, I can see why people like her. I turned around and caught Polina's stare. She was trying her best to comprehend what was going on between me and Katya. You know, I'm kind of right there with you. But that was something I couldn't comprehend myself.
Знаешь, в больнице я много
You know,
думала.
when I was in the hospital, I'd been thinking,
Я была несправедлива к людям,
I was always so unfair toward the others,
а сильнее всего
and
к тебе.
especially toward you.
я уже и забыл.
I've already forgotten about it.
Have you really? Because I still remember. I don't remember all the specifics other than she was not good.
Ага,
You're right, liar.
Sorry, what was the run? She accidentally pushed my black pencil case with a race car on it with her elbow off the desk. Oh, I bent to pick it up. Oh, grab. Is there anything else to grab down here? Nope, just the grabby. For a moment, my gaze froze on Katya's bandaged foot. Then I straightened up. Katya pushed a note toward me. I cannot read. Promise you won't lie anymore. I smiled at her, took my pencil and wrote one more line on the piece of paper. I'll do my best. Katya took out a red pen from her pencil case. She did a meticulous check on all the letters, then squinted cunningly at me and put a B+ under my line. Oh, that's a B. That's a Russian. So that's a Russian B, I'm guessing, or whatever the hell it is.
Да-да, за чистописание. Почерк больно
Yes,
кривоват.
your cursive is a bit too messy, so it's not an A.
I snorted in reply. Okay, what the hell?
Оценку можно исправить.
But you can improve your grade.
I felt Polina's stare in the back of my head. Yep, nope, that... I felt awkward, anxious, but also pleasant. A whole storm of emotion. Yeah, this is very confusing, to say the least, after all.
Допустим, я хочу 5.
Let's say I want an A.
Oh god, where's this going?
Тогда разрешаю
Then you
проводить
can
меня
walk
после
me home
урока.
after school.
Oh my god.
То есть нет.
No, I mean,
She flashed me a guilty smile, chasing away the shadow of her former self.
Я очень прошу тебя меня проводить.
can you walk me home? Pretty please.
That was something I had to dwell on for a moment. 2 of the prettiest girls in class both asking me to walk them home. Am I being delusional? Should I take my meds? Should I take my meds? I opened my mouth, but then noticed a child clearly younger than us sitting at Romka's and Vyasha's desk. A hood that covered their entire face. Horror flooded the empty space inside my soul. My throat squeezed shut, depriving me of oxygen. I'd seen that silhouette before, in the serial killer's garage beside the generator. My jaw slacked even harder.
What?
Katya.
Да?
yes.
I tore my eyes off the strange silhouette and put my hand in the pocket and pushed a pill into my hand from my package. Then immediately chewed on it. Oh no, he does actually chomp his meds. I forgot about that, I guess.
Кать, порта Рома.
Look, Roma's desk. No one. I looked back at the child, but they were gone. Just 2 empty chairs and a desk, heavily cut by a pocket knife.
И что с ней не так?
Is there something wrong with it?
Is there anything wrong with me? Yes. Why are you
Ничего.
Nothing.
Забудь.
Forget it.
Простите, что прерываю.
I'd interrupt your class. Oh, Polisi. Lieutenant Tikhonov. Friggin' that. Some of these names are hard to pronounce. Entered the classroom and took off his hat.
Ну что вы, всегда вам рады?
Oh, no need to apologize. We're always happy to see you. Are we always happy that a police officer has come by this frequently?
Меня интересуют ученики по имени Петров и Пятифанов.
I want to talk to 2 of your students, Petrov and Pyatifanov.
Пятифанов, насколько я понимаю, болеет.
Pyatifanov is homesick right now, as far as I know.
А Петров вон, мозолит глаза.
Petrov is here, being an eyesore. Wow, can people here please just stop being bitches? Tinkelnov found me with his eyes before clearing his throat, and he then took a diploma out of his folder and started
За
reading.
храбрость, неравнодушие и мужество, проявленное при спасении жизни.
For his bravery, upstanding attitude, and the courage he showed while saving another person's life.
Ну встань же, тебе говорят.
Come on, stand up, it's for you.
I followed her order, hypnotized by the diploma's official wording.
Администрация поселка и уполномоченные области по правам детей выносят благодарность.
Аплодисменты!
The village administration and regional children's commissioner want to thank Anton Petrov. The class broke out into roaring applause. We could resisting or something and get a new one. Okay, 1998 to 99, was that still that time? Katya beamed with joy. Polina looked at me with glittering eyes, smiling. Maybe this won't be so bad. I don't trust it for a moment. There is no way this has a happy ending.
Tor Petrov!
What?
Hurrah.
Lilia Pavlovna. Pavlovna. Pulled her glasses and put a handkerchief up to her eyes.
Стыдно, товарищи.
I'm so ashamed, everyone. What?
Я-то думала, Катеньке померещилось все в бреду.
What?
А оказывается, правда?
I thought it was just Katya's delusion, but I guess it was true.
Петров, значит, моего ребенка спас, а я ему к директору.
Wow, you're a cunt. Wow. Petrov, you saved my child and I wanted him to end up in the principal's office. Wow. Soviet Union collab. Post. Okay, gotcha.
Отставить к директору. На доску почета.
No principal's
Вот это
office for him. Hall of Fame would be better. Wow, does this turn terrible? At that moment, I imagined my photo, but it wasn't hanging on the Hall of Fame, but on a notice board, neighboring all the other missing kids. That image sullied my otherwise perfect triumph. I helped Katya to go down the stairs after class. I carried her crutches and held her by the elbow. Ah, hello, Belief. How are you doing? The wizard and... the wizard, the witch, and the audacity of this bitch. Oh, God, I haven't heard that one in a hot minute. Now we're back to the strumming. We walked out to the schoolyard together. Do you and Polina happen to live next to each other?
Знаешь, что самое
You know
странное?
what the weirdest thing is?
Я до сих пор чувствую
I can
пальцы.
still feel my toes.
Yeah, is that a thing? Like when you lose limbs, you kind of have a phantom feeling of the... You kind of have a phantom feeling of where they were? Isn't that a thing? Oh. I would not know. I have not lost any appendages. But hey.
Их нет, но я их чувствую.
They're not there, but I can still feel them.
Yeah, that's kind of how that works.
Был бы я порасторопнее.
He doesn't have his left hand. Yeah, that is... Because your brain still tries to, like, send signals there. Especially, you know, if you lose it, I imagine it's different if you're born that way, and you kind of get used to not having it. If only I acted quicker.
Брось, даже Супермен бы не справился.
Oh, stop it. Even Superman couldn't have done better.
Are you sure about that?
Тихонов сказал, я легко отделалась. И он прав.
I'm presuming that is in an alternate version. Unless this is still a delusion. Oh god, there's plenty of... People know what Superman could have probably gotten there quicker. Like, I'm relatively certain, based on the little things I know, because I have not done alternate paths, I'm relatively certain there is a chapter 4 reality, or an episode 4 reality, where she is in the grinder.
Deacon said I got super lucky, and he's right.
Yeah, no, you got held up at least. Hey.
С выздоровлением, Кать.
I'm glad you recovered, Katya.
Oh, hi, Polina. Polina walked out from around the corner, her stare directed at Katya. Oh boy. So what's their media like? What they have? Okay, again, this was the 90s. I'm not sure how, like, government propaganda censorship would have been at that point. Oh, she's carrying her violin. She endured her classmates' scorching gaze with pride.
Спасибо, Полин.
Thank you, Paulina.
Oh,
И тебе, и твоему парню. Он тоже
Both you
молодец.
and your boyfriend, he did well too.
I felt like Katya wanted to once again remind me of what kind of relationship Romka and Polina had. That makes her an enemy. It's not even an expensive one, because she can't afford an expensive one. She is too poor. She won't play violin. She's too poor, stuck with her grandpa, who is in the hospital now.
Если ты о Пятифанове, то между нами ничего нет. Он определенно молодец, но...
If you mean Pyatiffanov, he's not my boyfriend. He's a nice guy, but...
Goes on the Russian propaganda. End of the... So, again, Kuda said 98, 99. So that would be, like, late 90s, early 2000. And remember, these are small children, so they would have been growing up... these are like 12-year-olds, if I'm not misremembering, so they would have... I don't know. Someone do a history check.
Вы куда-то собираетесь?
Are you going somewhere?
Katya didn't let me
Я до
reply.
сих пор хромаю. Вот, уговорила нашего героя проводить.
Roll for history check. Kuda, you're the history checker. How would Russian government be censoring this right now? How would the 90s... Hold on. Do better accuracy than the percentage roll I just rolled. That's my only request. You don't get to know what it is.
I'm still a cripple, so I convinced our hero to walk me home.
Well, the Pacific. Also, Superman is just very well known. Also, okay, so he knows about Ninja Turtles. Didn't he? I forget, was Gundam mentioned? I know she likes Sailor Moon.
Да-да-да.
Yes.
This was so awkward. I agree.
Полин,
Paulina, look.
Я же не идиотка.
I'm not an
понимаю.
idiot, I understand.
Do I not get a choice here? Sadness splashed in Paulina's eyes for a moment, but she smiled as if accepting her
Ты
fate.
джентльмен. Как говорит дедушка, вымирающий вид.
You're a true gentleman, a dying breed as my grandpa would say.
Не каждый повезет.
Not every girl can get this lucky.
The blizzard was covering the schoolyard with snow. Paulina turned around and stared anxiously at the darkness, completely lost.
Задолбала строить из себя жертву.
Shush you.
Stop it, just get victim, it makes me sick.
That last line, said in a whisper, was only meant for my ears.
Такое чувство, что она мечтала бы поменяться со мной местами, лишь бы все ее жалели.
Roll report of my... Aha, history check. Oh, the history check. Ugh.
It seems like she'd happily swap places with me as long as everyone pitied her.
Something rustled in the darkness, and Zolka ran out to the schoolyard.
Ой, песик!
Oh, a doggy!
That's the same doggy that led us to you. Zolka noticed Paulina and growled ever so slightly. Paulina blinked, 2 tears ran down her cheeks and froze, glistening in the
Ты
frost.
тоже не хочешь меня проводить?
So you don't want to walk me home either, huh?
Zolka barked in reply. Okay, that is aggressive, her barking.
Ну что,
Well,
идем?
Are we going?
Пусть эта квашня сама до дома
This wet
добирается,
blanket can get
пока
home
не
by
стемнело.
herself. Not too dark yet.
Oh god, you are... Stop! 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 Stop!
This is a choice.
Oh right, this was the last save. I think I know who I'm going with, but... If we go screw Katya's attitude. Okay, I'm gonna be right back before... What? I'm gonna be right back before I make my decision. Make you all wait in suspense real quick. Be right back. So, anyone who has been here for the other Tiny Bunny streams, which I believe is literally only Kuda, because I don't even think, Film, I don't even think you were actively, like, watching these streams back in the day. This should come as no surprise. Because, well... The one of these two who I have spent far more time with in this was Paulina. Legally officially gone. Oh, okay, God. I mean, either way, so it would have been. Hold on, yeah. So early in Anton's life, there may have been some stuff, but as of right now, we should be fine. But yeah, I have spent a lot more time with Paulina, and I figure it would be weird to just all of a sudden flip to Katya. Sorry, just lips are very chapped from all the snow. So, I did save, right? Yes, I did. I did save here. Oh, there's a lot more missing children if you actually choose to consider the stuff. So, in other words, we are going to go with Paulina. I fixed my gaze on Paulina for a moment and then turned back to Katya. I was in a tight spot. Not as tight as when I escaped the torture room, but I was still uncomfortable. I didn't want to upset Katya, and it was painful to admit that she didn't change after losing her toes. She did a bit, but not... She was still the same skillful manipulator.
Кать, я уже пообещал Полине.
Katya, you see, I've already promised Paulina.
What? Мы сейчас что-нибудь придумаем.
Don't worry, I know what to do. I raised my head.
Лилия Павловна!
Oh! Lilia Pavlovna! The teacher showed her face to the window.
Я помог Кате спуститься. Заберете ее?
I helped Katya get down. Can you pick her up from here?
Конечно! Подожди, Катюш, я уже
Of course. Wait for me, Katya, dear. I'll be right there. Okay.
Спасибо, Антон снова нас выручил.
Thank you for lending a hand, Anton. You know what? At least... before stream end, you know. Good. So there is an option. Oh, Katya just stood there silent and pale. I got scared that she felt ill.
Ты в порядке? Голова не кружится?
Are you alright? Feeling dizzy?
Кружится.
There was anger in her voice now.
Тебе какое дело? Обещал правду говорить?
You care. Didn't you promise to tell the truth?
Лжец!
You liar! Wait, what?
Гол с минусом, Петров!
It minus Petrov. What? I mean, in his face reddened in the cold, and I could easily imagine lightning bolts shooting from her eyes. What was that? That was her getting angry.
Прекращай истерику,
Stop
Кать.
being psychotic, Katya.
Мы с Антоном могли бы довести тебя до дома, а потом пойти ко
Anton and I
мне.
could walk you home, then go to my place.
Конечно, конечно.
Of course.
Лучше к черту сходите. Оба!
Why don't you go to hell instead, both of you? Okay.
Скатертью дорога!
Good riddance. I was taking a backpack or sudden outburst, so I decided to avoid further conflict. Fine, we'll go away. I led Paulina away across the schoolyard. Katya stood beside the stairs and scorched us with a hateful glare. What's the way was banned before that, but Western media was first bro and was slowly coming in, but journalists still get mysterious deaths or disappear. I gotta love the whole disappearing. I noticed Paulina flashing a triumphant smirk over her shoulder. Are all girls like that? Do they all value boys over their friends? I think that might just be you know what? I don't want to make generalizations here. And again, Katya and Paulina weren't exactly close.
I also turned around, but the white haze had already shrouded a lonely figure supporting itself with the crutches. Maybe if they're hormonal teens? Question, is 12-year-old teen, or is that the like, that's still, like, isn't that called tween? Because I'm pretty sure these characters are 12. I also turned around, but yeah.
Давит на жалость.
Drama queen is just pleading for sympathy.
Ей действительно очень плохо
Tween?
сейчас.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, because these, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, are 12 to 13, depending. I don't know, I think they're 12.
No, she's in a horrible state right now.
Вспомни, как она настраивала всех против тебя.
Did you forget that she tried to ostracize you?
Такие люди не меняются.
People like her never change.
Хотя она и не заслужила того, что случилось.
Even though she didn't deserve what happened to her.
You know what, at least we can agree on that. May not like her, but she did not deserve the meat grinder.
Никто не заслужил.
Nobody can deserve that. I took Paulina's school bag and we started walking the snow-laden path. Paulina giggled, dodging the snowflakes attacking her face. Now, the question is, does this end with her crying again?
На коньках умеешь?
Can you skate? Wait,
Немного.
a little bit.
Сходим как-нибудь на каток.
How about we go to a skating rink later?
Ладно.
Okay.
Давай как черепахи.
Let's walk turtle style. What the hell is turtle? Oh, backwards. We turned our backs to the wind and started walking backwards. This can only end well.
Под ноги смотри, упадешь.
What's your step or you fall?
Куда хочу, туда и смотрю.
I'll look wherever I want to, thank you.
I'll look wherever I want. All of you better be looking exactly only in your designated looky-loo spots. She wanted to look at me, as it turned out. Her warm gaze contrasted with the weather. Then Paulina slipped and tumbled into a snow pile laughing. I came to the rescue, picked her up as she kept on giggling and swept the snow off her overcoat. The silence. Yes. Right at that moment, Romko slipped out from behind the corner. Oh my god, put... After everything we've been through.
Hello there, Archangel.
I stood there, unmoving, flapping my eyelids. I wasn't ready for a fight, but it was inevitable. Just seeing us together was enough for Romko to lose his mind. Judging by her stressed pose, Paulina was afraid of the same thing. All of Romko's threats floated up in my memory. They gained even more weight considering how bad Romko looked after his visit to the garage. Why so grey? All of the green of life lost because... You remember him? He was the one who came at me with a knife and said if me and if Anton and Paulina were ever together, that he would kill Anton, and tried to make good on that. He was pale, slouched, walking around as if in a daydream. I took a deep breath, but Romka interrupted me.
Были на уроках?
Going back from school? His question bore no threat at all. His voice was emotionless, almost robotic.
Ага.
Yeah.
Бяша объявлялся?
Have you seen Byasha? Didn't you... I shook my head, surprised. Didn't you find his shoe in the hut?
Ром, Бяша был в гараже.
Roma, Byasha was in the garage.
Был и что? Мы тоже были. Живы-здоровы.
So what? We were there too, and we're safe now.
He didn't look of sound mind to me at all. Well, when all of your friends are dead and you experience the murder torture garage, and you're already not mentally well because you're threatening other children with knives, there's a lot going on in there.
Я не успокоюсь, пока не выясню, что с
I won't
Бяшей.
rest until I find out what happened to Byasha. Well, there's a non-zero chance that he was ground up and fed to cannibals. Roma's jaw cramped and his cheeks were white as snow despite the freezing cold.
Бяша столько раз из дома
Byasha
сбегал.
ran away from home all the time.
Бывает, кинет камушек мне в стекло. Я окно открою, чтобы он залез.
He used to just throw a pebble into my window so I could open it and let him in.
На полу ему постелю. Он вертится всю ночь, как юла. Спать мешает.
And I would make him a place to sleep on the floor. He would toss and turn for the entire night, keeping me awake.
We're going into Arcane. Are we talking about Jinx here?
Зато я знаю, случись у меня какое несчастье, и он всегда на помощь придет.
But at least I know that if anything bad were to happen to me, he'd have my back.
Look, see if you can't misspell the character's name. That usually gets it through.
Roma stared absent-mindedly at the falling snowflakes.
Все жду, когда Бяша снова камушек бросит.
Still waiting for him to throw the pebble. The last line Roma said so quietly I could barely hear him.
That confession turned into a puff of steam that left his pallid lips and evaporated in the frosty air of a short winter day. Oh. Roma pulled a pack of posters from his coat, counted out several of them, and handed them to me. Ah. We're talking about... Look, you just say Arcane and Trauma, my brain is just like, what, is that what Jinx was in that show? I only know her actually from League of Legends. It was a missing person note for Igor Boldev, along with Yasha's photo and discerning features.
Развесь вдоль дороги.
Butt them up along the road. Without waiting for a reply, deep in his musings, like a quicksand, he walked past us. Maybe he didn't even notice Polina. But maybe he no longer cared. Well, there, YouTube, are you happy? Look, sometimes you literally just gotta remove one letter. His facial features were sharper, like he fought some disease for a long time. His glassy eyes stared into space. I think he's got other things on his mind. We're clearly not... And the next moment he disappeared into the blizzard and we continued on our way. Also friggin... So, Thumb. Whatchamacallit. I find this funny because, you know, Discord has streamer mode, so I don't get notifications on the main PC, but I get to see them on secondary PCs, so I saw that there and I just had to chuckle at it. Oh, that was... Why are you feeling sad? Oh, trust me, it's probably only gonna get worse.
Он теперь постоянно такой. Я пыталась с ним поговорить.
It's almost like
Ни
that
черта
now.
он не слышит.
I tried talking to him, but he doesn't even pretend to listen.
Знаешь, он как скрипка с
It's
порванными
like a violin
струнами.
with torn strings.
Его мелодия угасает.
His melody is waning.
Он потерял друга.
He lost a friend.
Даже это не повод превращаться в зомби.
Even that is not a good reason to turn into a zombie.
Он забил на школу.
He stopped going to school.
Боюсь, как бы не начудил чего.
I'm afraid he will do something bad.
Let me tell you, honey, he was more than capable of doing bad things before he lost the friend. That ain't anything new.
Каждый переживает трагедию по-своему.
Everyone processes trauma in their own way.
А как переживаешь ты?
And how do you process it?
А я не терял никого настолько близкого.
I haven't lost anyone that close to me.
Антон, ты сам чуть не потерялся. Мы с девочками об этом все время говорим.
You almost lost your own life, Anton. I always talk about that with the girls.
О чем?
But what?
Они считают, что у тебя железные нервы. И я...
They think you have nerves of steel, and I
don't know. Once more than they cut you. Kuda, let me just put it this way. There was if you, in the... Wow, I just said a bunch of nothingness. He threatened with the knife over if Anton was ever with this girl again, he would kill. And then he tried to make good on that promise and would have succeeded, as I was informed, had I not taken her talisman. Her forest the talisman she gave me was apparently enough to protect me. And I would have apparently been very, 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 very brutally gutted had I not chosen to take that from her.
Так считаю тоже.
I feel the same. A strange feeling took hold of me. I was burning up from shame, but I also wanted to burst out laughing. Paulina sneaked a cautious glance into the raging blizzard. At some place beyond our field of vision.
Тебе совсем не было страшно?
Aren't you afraid at all?
Very! Anton was very dangly, up-tied, duct tape mouth.
Шутишь? Я
You
думал,
joking?
посидею.
I thought my hair would turn grey.
As a story. Yeah, I think it had one fail condition in 4, which I almost met.
Ты и так белобрысый.
You already have white hair. Paulina giggled, but then turned serious the next moment.
Мы же встречали его каждый день. Этого тракториста.
I've seen that tractor drive every day.
Yeah, this is middle school, alright? Yeah.
Я постоянно об этом думаю.
I keep thinking of that.
Он выглядел таким
He looks so
нормальным.
normal.
The uptie and the... You know, different type of uptie.
Полный псих.
It's all a psycho like that.
Псих-то псих.
Of
Но
course it's
осторожней.
psycho.
Перевозил гараж в метель, чтобы к утру не оставалось следов.
He only moved the garage during blizzard so there would be no trace of it the next morning. Oh, that would...
Мне ночами снится, что я выглядываю в окно, а там эта черная гадость.
Sometimes I see nightmares where I look out the window and that black abomination is there.
I don't blame you, that would be a traumatizing
Пару
thing.
раз будила дедушку криками с просонку.
I even woke up my grandpa a couple of times with my waking screams.
А теперь и будить некого. Деда в больницу положили.
I don't have anyone to wake up. Grandpa's in the hospital. You told me, that's why I'm walking you home, hon.
В родной спальне дрожу от теней.
I shudder from every shadow in my familiar room.
He walked up to Paulina's front gate. Ah, this house.
Ты и так для меня столько всего сделал. Но
You've
у меня
already
еще
done so
одна
much for me.
просьба.
But I have one more favor to ask.
Не мог бы ты сегодня...
Can you stay at my place
Остаться.
tonight?
Do we have a phone so I can inform my parents?
Не знаю. 2 недель не прошло. Я у родителей на
I
жестком
don't know.
контроле.
This hasn't even been 2 weeks. My parents need to keep an eye on me all the time.
Ну придумай что-нибудь.
I didn't think of something.
Пожалуйста, пожалуйста, пожалуйста.
Please, please, please.
Do you have
Я правда
phone?
буду чувствовать себя в безопасности.
I'll feel much safer with you here.
Teleporters? That's what I keep
Если
thinking.
мама разрешит.
Only if
Она
mom gives
сейчас
me
на
a green light.
нервах.
She's always so anxious nowadays.
Буду держать кулачки. И приберусь быстро, пока ты звонишь.
I'll hope for the best. And I'll also clean the place up a bit while you call.
Yep, calling. We entered the house. The hallway did look cold and unfriendly indeed.
Ah, blinding!
Where's the pig head? The pig head that fell on me and got me the achievement Hoggies. Also, hold on. The achievement for going with Paulina instead of Katya there is called Melody of Love. That's fun. Hoggies. Yes. Yes, they did have that as an achievement, which I still find hilarious to this day. And still glum even when the lights came on. Paulina pointed to the phone and ran to her room. Is there any... I already inspected a lot of the stuff in here. Is there any more to do? This town is so lovely. I don't know. It makes me so afraid. So distant and consistently indifferent and all that, you know. Time to make the call. Do I need to... Oh. This strikes me as something you can type in other phone numbers to. Oh, hold on, I need to friggin... I just realized something. I need to quickly task manager kill Discord. Hold on. PC currently acting like a jet engine. Discord. End task. Why does that work? Why does Discord every so often make my PC go crazy? Ugh. Either way, Discord has been task managered. I can now boot it back up, and over time it'll just do that again, and I'll need to do that eventually again. I don't know why. That is a very weird thing. Indeed. Either way, we're all fine now. God, it feels too quiet now. Either way. But yeah, this strikes me as something you can come back with other phone numbers to, so... Do I need to include the dashes? No. I gathered all my strength and dialed my home number. Beeps. Followed by a rustling sound and complete silence. If that was Dad, he'd say, I'm listening. But Mom always stayed silent after picking up, waiting for the person on the other end to speak up.
Мам, это я.
Mom, it's me.
Вас что, задержали после уроков?
Did you stay late at school?
Нет, тут
No.
такое...
Look, Mom.
Ты не волнуйся. Мне тут грамоту дали. За
Don't worry.
человечность и мужество.
I was given this diploma for humanity and valor. I used the ace up my sleeve.
Мне бы устроили хорошие оценки. Без всяких
And
грамот.
settle for good grades without any diplomas. That's Snow Queen once again.
Просто одноклассники так обрадовались за меня.
It's just my classmates were so happy for me.
И мы решили отпраздновать колой и тортом.
We decided to celebrate it with cake and soda. Okay, is that how you're getting... I felt disgusted to lie, but what else could I say? That I didn't get into the garage That I didn't get into the garage voluntarily? That the only reason I left my home that accursed day was to get rid of Zolka? Right, because Mother doesn't know about Zolka! Oh, right, because Papa hid that.
Какой торт, Антон?
Okay.
Кому я готовила ужин?
Anton, dinner is waiting for you at home.
Ты снова хочешь вляпаться в
Do you want to get in
неприятности?
trouble again?
Я подумал, лучше остаться в большой компании, чем идти одному
I thought
через
it'd be better
поселок.
to stay in the crowd than to go to the village alone.
К тому же там метель, и она усиливается.
Besides, there's a blizzard out there and it's getting stronger. Mom hesitated for a bit.
Вся машина опять заглохла, так бы отвез тебя домой.
And Dad's car won't start again. He'd drive you home otherwise.
Хорошо, можешь остаться.
Okay.
Но чтобы завтра после школы сразу домой.
You can stay, but you have to come home right after school tomorrow. Yes, they right.
Ты у кого ночуешь, Антон?
At whose place will you be staying?
Чтобы я, если что, позвонить могла.
So I could call in case anything happens.
О,
I took the posters out from my pocket and my gaze crossed with Nyasa's grainy photo.
у Будаева Игоря.
I'm at Igor Budeva's place. That was confident. Then I instinctively told her Paulina's number.
3-24-92.
32429 or 32492.
Передавай привет Игорю. И не забывай про лекарства.
Say hello to Igor and don't forget about your meds.
Спасибо, не
Thanks.
забуду.
I won't.
Мам, а как там Оля?
Mom, how's Olya doing? Mom dropped the call. She probably didn't hear my. Aw. I put the phone away and looked on the door that Paulina entered. Nope, we're just going in. The girl was stuffing her things into the
Можешь
closet.
заходить.
You can come in. Oh.
Джоанна спряталась в шкафу, так что пока ты в безопасности.
It's on the hid in the closet, so you're safe for now. Right, the cat.
Что сказала мама?
What did your mom say? I sighed in reply.
Честно говоря, думал, будет хуже. Наорёт и все.
To be honest, oh yeah, yawning. Ugh. What is the ominous howling here for? To be honest, I thought it would be worse. She'd just scream at me when I get home.
Недооцениваешь свою маму,
You're
Петров.
underestimating your mom, Petrov.
Значит, отпустила?
So she let you stay?
Ура, ура!
Hurrah, hurrah.
Слышишь?
Hear that? Yes, the ominous wind. Also, what even is the quoting thing you're trying to quote me on? I don't even know. Paulina raised her finger. Yeah.
The blizzard outside was ferocious. All the streets would turn into one big snow pile come morning.
Хорошо, что ты здесь. Я такая трусиха.
It's good to have you here. I'm such a scaredy cat.
Yeah, I'm glad I kind of went with her because, oh, that you're quoting a yawn. You know what? Fair enough, I guess. Also, that sounds very pretty.
It's good to have you here. I'm such a big scaredy cat.
Давай посмотрим телевизор, пока
Just-
не вы...
TV before the power.
Oh, Groot. Storm descended into darkness. Evil winds howled outside.
Пробки.
Goes out.
Сглазила.
Jinxed it.
У нас такое постоянно.
This happens all the time.
Постой.
Wait up.
Где-то
I should
здесь.
have.
Something rustled and then a match lit up, illuminating Paulina's face. And then that fire transferred to the candle. Despite the strong wind, the bedroom felt somewhat comfy now. Like when it's stormy outside, but you're at home knowing you're safe. You can even fantasize about ghosts for the thrills. But I don't want to think about something like that. Paulina lit up several candles. I guess the power went out quite often in her house. That's a lot of fire. You will pause then watch at 2x speed. Godspeed, soldier.
Телевизор отпадает.
No TV for
Может,
us then.
сыграешь мне на гитаре?
How about you play guitar for me?
Я?
Что,
Мне
me?
медведь все уши
I'm
оттоптал.
pretty much tone deaf.
Говорила я с этим медведем. Он сказал, ты преувеличиваешь.
What if one candle drops? Then inside becomes outside in a very, very hot way.
You must be exaggerating. There's no way an artist as talented as you can be tone deaf.
Drawing and hearing are not exactly related the most, darling.
Это очень просто.
Besides, this is so simple.
Oh. She brought the guitar and stood behind me. Okay, teaching guitar. Oh! I pulled on the nylon strings to the sound of dissonant protests of the instrument.
Говорю же.
Told ya. Why do you need that many candles next to each other? If power goes out constantly, then you would probably want a lot of them to light the room up. What the hell? Here's the... I know this game. It is not gonna stay happy.
Тебе нужен репетитор.
You just need a tutor.
Беру дорого, но оно того стоит.
I charge a lot, but it's worth it.
Повернись-ка. Вот так.
I got to turn like
Души
this.
её.
Don't smother
Пальцы
her.
сюда.
Put your fingers up here.
Okay. Paulina molded my hand like a sculptor working with clay as she stood behind me. I felt the aroma of her shampoo. Warmth spread all over my body and I stopped caring about the blizzard outside.
Потом сюда, сюда.
There, here,
Yeah.
and here.
Д, Си.
Did you say?
Какой-нибудь Паганини?
Is this Paganini or something?
Если бы.
You wish.
Я эту мелодию сама написала.
I wrote this
Нравится?
melody myself.
You like it? Oh, writing it yourself. I would also like to point out again, the last scene that was in this house, in this very room, ended with her crying, him walking out, the creepy grandpa being a creepy grandpa, and then walking into the woods, followed up by that scene that we opened the stream with.
Правда?
Really?
Звучит как какой-то
To me, it sounded
радиохит.
like a hit song from the radio. I added an S to that for some reason. Whoops.
Мелодия такая
This melody is so
цепляющая
catchy.
и одновременно
So
очень
familiar at the
знакомая.
same time.
Спасибо. Ты меня прям
Thank
засмущал.
you. I'm kind of embarrassed right now.
Я, конечно, эстраду не
That
жалую,
was so
но
silly.
тут
Yeah,
соглашусь. Звучит попсовенько.
You didn't see the opening that we did.
Man, remember when I started this and there was like I had to choose if I wanted to kill the dog or not?
I'm not a big fan of pop songs, but here I have to agree, it sounds similar.
Давай, ты сам
Come on,
сможешь.
your turn now.
Oh.
Я безнадежен.
I'm hopeless. I.
Не унывай.
Don't beat yourself up over this. I didn't know that I was supposed to be how much attention I was supposed to be paying to that. I didn't realize I needed to pay attention to the guitar.
Попробуем сыграть еще раз.
Want to try again? So, didn't... Oh, wait, oh, that's him going. Oh, he went there for a bit. Oh, so... Oh, okay. You have to... You just have to remember those bits.
Что ж, нужно было начинать с песен попроще. Например, Король и Шут.
Like King and Jester. Oh, come on.
Только если у них есть песни с одним
Only
аккордом.
if they have songs with just a single chord.
Попробуем сыграть еще
Okay,
раз.
try. Okay, now I know what to pay attention for. So it's 1. I know this is 1 and 3. 1, 3. 1, 3, 4. 1, 3, 4, 5. Or 6. 6. 1, 3, 4, 5. I'm gonna remember it that way. I'm gonna remember it backwards. 1, 3, 4, 5. 1, 3. 4. 5? Did I get that right?
Класс!
Yes, I can
У
do
меня
it! Yes, I
получается.
succeeded at the guitar! Oh, the minute you try and follow everything. Okay, there's a funny thing I want to point out. So, you know how Discord had the, whatchamacallit? You know how Discord had the checkpoint thing where it's like, blah, blah, all this and blah, blah. And one of the things in there was, like, the games you played the most, or, like, had the most sessions in. And, let me just put it this way. There was one game I never streamed that is on there that I didn't even realize had, Nope, hold on, that's not that one. Where is it? So, hold on, I'm just gonna show that on stream real quick because it's funny. Because I'm not good at rhythm games by any stretch of the imagination, but... So, like, we got Limbus Company, obviously. Dead by Daylight surprised me. I'm not an expert. Library of Ruina, that also makes sense. Repo makes sense. Not a Note is a Chinese rhythm game, if I'm not mistaken, that I just every so often play off stream. I am not good. I am not good by any stretch of the imagination, but I do play that off stream every so often. There's like, I think there are, okay, by technicality, there's 2 songs I can 3 songs I can full combo, full clear, and all that, blah, blah, blah. Distracting, but yeah, that is apparently, I didn't realize I played it It's been a minute since Dead by Daylight. Yeah, I'm waiting for the game to be, like, in a better state before going back to that one. Because it's like, it's fine, it's fun. But it's just like, you know, I don't have the motivation to do it. I play it off stream every so often, just like, oh, get blood points and do that, but meh.
А я говорила, у тебя пальцы
See, I told
гитариста.
you you had guitarist fingers. One. 1, 5. 1, 5, 6. 1, 5, 6, 5. 1, okay. So it's 15651. 1. Five. How long is this guitar minigame? 1, 5, 6. Five, and that's gonna be one last one. Yep, okay. Oh, divorce, killer, but it's fair enough. Yeah, that is. I mean, because, like, well, also, the newest killer, the Krasu, ended up getting nerfed multiple times after her release, and she's still, like, kind of strong, so.
Ты клёвый репетитор.
So glorified safe lock. I mean, it did, but God, that would have been, like,
It's just you're a very good teacher.
Ого.
That's
Может,
all.
попробуешь и скрипку?
Maybe you want to try violin too?
I mean, I would. Or we are still going. 4, wait, 3. 3, 4. 3, 4, 2. 3, 4, 2, 6. 3, 4, 2, 6, 1. 3, 4, 2, 6, 1, 2. 3. 4, 6, 2, 1, 2. 6.
А гитара точно настроена?
Ah, nope. I misremembered. Is the guitar tuned properly? Hold on, is there? Punk, you untuned the guitar. I got that as an achievement.
Не стоит винить в неудачах
Don't blame
музыкальный
your
инструмент.
failures on this instrument. Okay, well.
Попробуем сыграть еще
Want to
раз.
try again? We're gonna. Okay. 3. Hold on. 3, 4. 3, 4, 2. 3, 4, 2, 6. 1. 2. 3, 4, 2, 6, 1, 2. 3. I am remember that. I do appreciate the animation on the hand for this whole segment. 3, 4. 2. 6. 1. And 2.
Слышишь? У меня
Did you hear that?
получается.
I can do it! I am guitarist!
Оказывается, ты не только
Apparently you're not only a prodigy,
настоящая
huh?
рок-звезда.
But also a rock star. That is an oversell of the century.
У тебя уже биография покруче, чем у многих.
Your
Смельчак.
biography is already cooler than most, you brave guy.
Oh, really?
Какой я смельчак. Сбежал от тебя тогда, как дурачок.
I'm not brave. I ran away from you back then like a total moron.
До сих пор стыдно.
It's still so embarrassing.
Я уже и забыла.
I've already forgotten about that. Oh!
She looked me straight in the eye, and that stare made me feel cold and hot at the same time.
Может, переместимся на диванчик?
Shall we move to the couch?
Oh. I felt my throat close up at her suggestion, but I still moved without hesitation. Polina put away the guitar and sat next to me.
Знаешь, я хотела тебе кое в чем признаться.
I wanted to tell you something for a while.
Ты мне всегда нравился. С первой встречи.
I always liked you from the first time we met, or even before that.
Как это раньше?
Even before that? That's how do you like someone before you met them?
Ну,
Before.
знаешь, девочки придумывают принца.
Well, you know, girls always come up with their own prince.
Well, we're down one judge on. I guess. Do we have anyone to verify if this is true?
Мне кажется, я тебя придумала. А ты появился.
She's one of rustling their Jimmies and Timmy. Freeman, what in the hell? Verify what? Hold on. Whoops. What did I read that?
I think I made you up and then you became real.
Well, you know, we girls always come up with our own prints. Is there any truth to that one?
I felt dizzy, as if in a Ferris wheel that carried me up to the sky.
What the? This almost looks like it was. This almost looks claymation for some reason, or like it painted. Like the style is very. You know, like there's something about it.
It turns out you can fly even without magic or technology.
As in their pants, and Timmy's is in their shoes. Oh, okay, gotcha. Definitely. You'd say not necessarily. Wait, you answered the last question. You answered the last question that was specific to girls. That's why I was kind of surprised back then, but. Okay, here's the thing. Let me just put it this way. Even when lesbian, the lover can still be seen as Prince. My case in point, although not lesbian, Rin Penrose. Not lesbian, I'm pretty sure asexual, aromantic, but Prince. But girl Prince. If I'm not mistaken. I think anyway. Have I mistaken that the entire time? Have I? That'd be an embarrassing thing to have misgendered the entire time, but I'm like 98% sure on that one.
No. What was happening in this room was the definition of magic. And only that magic could fight the dark affliction that poisoned our village. What? Polina was waiting for something, and she wasn't the only one waiting.
What?
There was somebody else in the room who warranted my attention.
I looked past Polina's shoulder and froze in horror. Why is Olya's phantom here?
A kid, as if grounded, stood in the corner with her back to us. The hood covered their entire head. The petite silhouette was almost indistinguishable in the darkness. She already had appeared before me.
No, wait, this is the...
In the garage. And during Lilia Pavlovna's class.
Or also Princess Baha and co-partner of Snebby. Okay, wait. Also Princess of the Baha and co-partner of Snebby. I know, by the way, wait, I thought... Wait, did you say princess there? I swear, wait, hold, I'm looking this up, hold on. Hold on, checking a thing quick. Damn it, I thought I saw other thing in there. Well, hold on, never mind then. My brain may be misremembering some stuff. Either way. Distraction topic aside. We have other, more important things here.
Well, yeah, that's what I thought. Yet, the kid that always mysteriously vanished looked like a ghost. And my Olya was alive and well.
Ты чего?
What's wrong?
Там кто-то есть.
There's someone there. Polina didn't even peer into the shadows that the candlelight couldn't reach.
Это Джана выбралась.
It's probably just Jonah. Oh yeah, hopefully it's the cat.
Illuminate. Is there any other option here? Illuminate.
I brought the candle closer to chase away the illusion.
Видишь?
See?
Я же говорила.
I told you.
Oh, good. I just take the pills.
Is that Ty? You supposed to say Ty? The Thai cat stared at me in the light of the dancing flame. But as soon as I moved the light, I saw the kid's silhouette writhe in the darkness. I forced myself to look away from the annoying shadow in the corner. It was scary to talk to her, knowing that an uninvited guest was with us.
It was time for me to confess.
Полина, у меня галлюцинация.
Paulina, I have hallucinations. Well, that's just blunt.
Сейчас?
Right now?
И сейчас, и
Right
вообще.
now, and just in general.
Я вижу странные
I
штуки.
see strange things.
Хочешь сказать, ты сумасшедший?
So you're saying you're crazy?
Доктор говорит, это переходный возраст, и скоро пройдет.
Ah,
Надо принимать лекарства.
he was the... That's fun. The doctor said it was puberty thing and that it'll pass. I just need to take these meds.
Они у тебя с собой?
Do you have them on you? I nodded as I took out a package of pills. Please don't
Чего
be
ты
empty.
ждешь?
It's what you're waiting for. What was I waiting for? I looked in the corner again. The silhouette didn't change its pose, but now I was sure. It was Olya. Yes, very much. A whisper barely audible in the howling wind. It broke through the thick layers of snow from under the frozen soil as if my sister was calling me from the grave.
Антон. Come back, Антон.
Just because I do Lulu don't mean I cray cray. That is a way to word that, Freeman.
Come back to me, please. Ты меня пугаешь.
You're scaring me. In the other world, Olya cried and called out my name over and over. My gaze stuck to the package of pills again. Take the pills.
I don't need the guitar save anymore. Are you want to overwrite? Yeah, I don't need the guitar save because I did it. Did I get an achievement for beating the guitar thing? The achievement, Punk, untune the guitar. Bard, you played the guitar. That's fun. Okay. Do we have an option to take a weird route? We're taking the pills. Take pills. I was ready to believe in ghosts, but Olya didn't die. Just half an hour ago, I talked to Mom over the phone. That made no sense. I threw the pills onto my tongue. A hand holding a glass of water appeared in front of my face. Polina gave me a sympathetic look, and my heart was filled with gratitude. I drank the water.
Ну как?
Well? I darted a glance at the corner. The crying subsided, the hallucinations left me alone.
Я все-таки псих.
I am crazy after all. Polina replied with a relaxed smile.
Сложно отрицать.
Can't argue with that. Ah, well,
Но ты
reassuring.
точно самый прикольный из всех
But
психов,
you're
которые
definitely
мне
the coolest
встречались.
crazy person I've ever met.
How many crazies do you know, Polina?
Псих-красавчик.
You're a handsome psycho. You know what? That is a moment in life where you take the compliment, I guess.
Polina suddenly sat on my lap and gave me a very adult stare. That is concerning wording. My heart almost stopped. Its rhythm broken as if I didn't know what to do next. And then it pumped hot blood through all my veins. I remembered my dad. What?
Think of father in moments like this.
Did he go through something like this in his youth before he met Mom? Ah.
Better love life. I think every single person here in this chat can relate to that.
Was there a girl like Polina in his life who gave him a look like that? And if yes, how did he not burn out in all the emotions?
What would Giga Dad do? Slowly whispers to isn't it crazy?
To avoid her from here. Oh, gotcha.
Better love life. Most fictional characters probably have better love lives than most everyone who is currently in this chat. I am willing to bet. Who here currently has a successful love life? Say I if I, and say nay if nay. I want you to call yourself out, and we're all going to be honest with each other and ourselves, okay? Nay, sobs. Wait, I said I if you do have a... Okay, there's the correction I was expecting.
Polina touched my shoulder.
I count as a -1 for the total score of good love life. Furred, you are just a nay.
Brushing off an invisible strand and asked me in a whisper.
Не сбежишь?
You want to run away, right?
Does gotcha count? Freeman? No. I'm sorry. No. Kitty. Yes, the kitty that was the source of the hallucination a little bit ago.
Никогда.
Of course.
Nope. A kiss. The strumming returns. The candles went out. Oh!
Засыпай на моих плечах, оставайся здесь навсегда. Украдут нас с тобой во снах.
There was a good ending. Hold on.
Исчезают со снегом пусть, не прожитые впрок года, и срывается с моих уст. Оставайся здесь навсегда. Пусть ночь озарит рассвет, ведь боли больше нет.
And now we get to listen to the
Моим теплом
credit music.
ведь боли больше нет.
Huh.
Нет, ничего нет. Ничего нет. Ничего нет. Ничего. Свет касается.
While we have time, I'm at the very least gonna go back and see what happens if I do not take the pills.
Я останусь тебя беречь. С нами всё
Dmitry Mordas.
I want to actually read that. Gotta save this game. Furret, you do remember, you weren't here for the first half hour where we relived the end of episode 4.
И мы спрячемся ото всех в бесконечное навсегда.
You was there? Were you there? Oh yeah, where we relived the end that ended with old... I forgot. Yeah, that's what we started this with. So forgive me for not thinking I was on a happy path. Yeah, oh right, that's when your bug was happening.
Пусть ночь озарит
Oh.
рассвет, ведь боли
I don't want to...
больше
You know what? No, this...
Ты моим теплом согрет, ведь боли больше нет. Нет, ничего нет. Ничего нет.
So you know, I guess you just take your pills and the crazy stuff goes away.
Ничего нет. Ничего. Ничего.
That you can search it on Spotify. Hunter, let me just tell you, friggin' coma escapee, the 6th grader who had fallen into a coma after taking the medicine prescribed to him by a psychiatrist had recently gone missing. We received this information from the chief medical officer of the regional hospital. The emergency response team had been trying to resuscitate the boy, but to no avail. However, on the 25th of February at 3 p.m., he awoke by himself and sneaked away from the hospital grounds. On the evening of the same day, his sister Olya Petrova also went missing. We urge anyone who has information about the missing kids' whereabouts to contact the police and their parents at these phone numbers. The endless forests at the end of the worlds. The endless forest at the end of all worlds. The wind singing the songs of eternal hunger to the children of darkness. The pack was anticipating its feast. We were about to dine. The festival of meat and bones was about to start.
Зайчик мне,
I can't really do that voice. My throat got messed up during the early growling. I knew that was too happy. The axe and the sack leaking red juice that I held in my hand. I was finally home. The end? What was that ending called? The achievement I got. The achievement I got for that ending. Also, welcome back to the present. Kuta. Is called Dark Vessel. You've lost yourself. Oh, the water level being at 2 over 1 XP. I mean, the credit song was quite nice. Although, okay, let me just tell you this way. I had a hell of a time trying to re-find Russian music that I found on Spotify, because it doesn't let you copy and paste, so I couldn't copy and paste the Cyrillic. The achievement was going to be called Bundle of Joy. No, it was called Dark Vessel. So. But, like, there's a few Russian music groups I listen to, Hunter. If anyone's interested in like Slavic music that I've listened to, I can send. What you can look up the English of Dead Wasps or maybe Bagheera are the ones I listen to. There's another one that I don't probably know the name of. Either way, okay. Before I do this choice, which I'm going to refuse the pills this time, I'm gonna do another Be Right Back, and we're gonna see where this path goes. I am now curious to. Lyric comprehension. You can still get a vague idea. You can still get a very vague idea from, whatchamacallit, from the tone of stuff. But mostly creators who are in Russian. Yeah, no, Spotify auto-played me something from, Dead Wasps. That's what their name translates to, not what they actually are. But, yeah, I'm going to real quick commit to Be Right Back, and we're gonna not take the pills this time, so be right back.
Who's ready to communicate with the hallucinations? Talk to the ghost of the sister.
Well, apparently. Oh. Okay. Oh, I just realized how dark the last ending was. So, what I think that took me a moment of processing. The last ending was, I believe, he went into a coma from taking these medications here, and then when he woke up from the coma, he snuck off and fed his sister to the forest master and his underlings. Now, maybe I'm misinterpreting that a little bit, but I just realized how that is. Alright, refuse. But what if it's not an illusion? I squeeze the pills in my hand. What if Olya needs my help? Or wants to warn me about something?
Антон, быстрее!
Come on, Anton! I frowned after seeing the fear that flashed in Polina's eyes. No, not even fear. Growing panic. That looks angry.
Что происходит?
What's going on? Olya, I will be with you in a moment. The cry grew louder. It filled the entire room. Did Paulina wince? Did she just look at the corner? Can she hear it too? What?
Так это не галлюцинации.
So those weren't hallucinations. Paulina shrieked when somebody pounded the door with their fist. The cat rushed toward the ceiling, tearing down the curtains and disappeared into the darkness. We both shrank.
No.
She shook her head while her whole body trembled. Olya cries and the dreary song of the blizzard mixed into a single chorus. The door was getting pounded with hands and feet. The flames flickered and the darkness around us grew thicker. Paulina! Paulina! Are you home? Is that the grandfather? It's her grandpa! It's just her grandpa who got discharged from the hospital. But why in the middle of the night? And why does his voice sound like his mouth is full of fangs? How can you tell what that sounds like?
Что ты наделал, Антон? Почему ты не выпил таблетки?
I didn't do a take. You're mad. What? Tears burst out of her wide open eyes. What? Come out, my dear child. Don't come out in one piece. At least give me a slide. Paulina cries hysterically. Understandably! The porch creaked. Kariton, did he learn how to walk? Walk in the blizzard. Walk in the darkness. He was in a wheelchair last time we saw him. What? A monstrous figure flashed in the window. The hot breath made the rim thaw, and a bulging eye flashed between the resulting clean spot. Somebody huge appeared into the room to make sure it was full of fresh meat. Its claws broke the icy crust and scratched the glass. The window popped, washing us with freezing cold glass fragments scattered across the floor. Bony sickles grabbed the window's frame. The window broke into the room and put out most of the candles, but just a single one continued to burn after falling over. Probably so that I could see how the creatures of the night came to visit the screaming Paulina. They had a leader. I covered my face with my hands from horror, looking at the giant creature that appeared in the window through my fingers. Its hungry eyes growled, the semi-dark like silver moons. The
creature reached out its hand and pointed at us with its dagger-like finger. This is a pack of mad wolves rushed into the room like the current that washed away everything in its path. This thing, the giant got in after them. This is not the Forest Master. It straightened out toward the ceiling with all of its horrifying height. Its long ears trembled above its bulky head. Shadows of creatures rampaging on the walls. The candle fire spread to the tablecloth, and it crackled as it burned. The smoke scorched the insides of my nose. Hungry demons smirked in their red-hot hell. Paralyzed with fear, I watched Paulina jump up from the sofa, trying to escape. For no particular reason. Let me guess. It's a 5-letter word that starts with W. When she reached the center of the room, she started shaking and fell to her knees in front of the eldritch abomination. The monster that came from the monster that came from the fours, from the chilly graves. The bunny reached out with its left paw and clutched Paulina's hair. Oh, Paulina! The fingers on its right hand turned like a fan, revealing the helplessness of its victim. His claw slowly traced the outline of the girl's face. Across the jawbone under her chin and up again. Paulina screamed. Oh no, is this? Her skin buckled under the claw's pressure, tears flowing along her bloodless cheeks. Burning slices of cloth floated down to the chair and burnt its stuffing. Okay, then! And then the monster sliced off Paulina's entire face with one movement and threw it away like a useless rag. What is the... In the place where her face was, I could see a wet, glittering red mush with threads of sinew and beads of fat. The flayed Paulina squealed at the top of her lungs. Okay. Suddenly, I don't regret taking the pills. The flames reflected on the red... Oh god, no. The red bog that filled her facial bones. Her screams turned into a shrill squeal, and then into some sort of cackling. Was she laughing? Paulina turned what was left of her face toward me. Nasty laughter emerged from a hole in the glossy meat. Her eyes now devoid of eyelids, perfectly round, spun in their sockets. What? I wanted to die to stop watching that. I was paralyzed with fear. Your eyes are closed, lovely, so... You couldn't do anything, coward! Well, the only other option was take pills. Useless. You couldn't even protect me! You're talking to a 12-year-old boy, and we've got an eldritch abomination here. Meanwhile, follower of pill swallowing. Yeah. I plugged my ears with my fingers, but I could still hear her. Romka was 1,000 times better. Oh! Remember, those are... There's no world where you can save me, Anton. There's not a single universe where I'll be yours. Oh. You're doomed. Okay, well, good to know I wasted all the time on her in the previous one. The fire raged on behind us. When the smoke reached Paulina, she screamed again. She probably realized what was about to happen. Oh. A claw sliced open her stomach with disgusting sound of ripping cloth. Oh. Oh, that's going nice and deep. Okay, that's lovely. Paulina, 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 Paulina. Oh, God. A paw entered the resulting cavity and pulled out her entrails. Magenta-colored intestines of a schoolgirl. The creature licked its lips and threw the stinking garland around Paulina's neck just like a rope. and then threw its paw up the story her grandpa told about the village of people hanged by their intestines. Polina flew up, hung on her own intestines on top of the chandelier, and then started swinging like a bell. Her legs banged against the walls with a monstrous hollow sound. Her weakening fingers scratched at the disgusting newt. The monster turns its maw toward me. Sticky strands of saliva drip from it. Where does the saliva come from? Is this a mouth? Polina's arms relaxed, but her dead body continued to sway in the wind. Hi, wolves! The wolves got ready to pounce, waiting for their signal. Their muscles bulged under the dirty fur that stood on end. Oh, jeez. Oh. The scab-covered tails trembled in anticipation of a feast. The monster slowly raised its hands and poked me with its claw.
Because of the lengths of me.
Well, this is Bunny, if I'm not mistaken.
Had to be special.
What? Stomach. Oh! Acid.
You claim like this forest.
Ugh. The wolves howled. Oh! The beast, closest to me, jumped, his jaw locking on my throat, its teeth sinking into my larynx. Paulina's shadow swayed on the wall. I clung to the sticky wolf scalp with my fingers, channeling every last bit of my strength to push away the predator. What? He chewed on and tore apart my larynx. Why is Olya screaming? I gargled on my own saliva, thinking that it was blood, and opened my eyes. Olya's screaming stopped, but its echo still resounded inside my skull. Oh, okay, hallucination. The pain was gone. Oh. The wolves, the monsters, the dead Paulina, all of it was gone. I was transported from the burning bedroom in Kariton's house to my own hallway. Was all that just a dream? I felt around my intact neck. Not only the night at Paulina's place, but the entire last month. The wounded Katya and our escape from the garage too. Was all of that a product of my delusional brain? Olya was still with me on the floor, but not where I left her. She was now lying on my chest. As if while I was out of it, she woke up and tried to save me, by calling out to me, by gutting me out of the clutches of horror with her scream. And then she lost consciousness again. I leaned in and slid my fingers across her warm cheek. The blizzard crashed at the windows, the clocks ticking loudly. Black figures moved toward the house, shrouded by darkness. They were hungry. They still waited for their treat. I needed help, so I ran to the hallway, slipping and sliding. I clutched the phone. The speaker was silent at first, then barely audible beeps came through. I imagined the posts swaying in the wind, the wires ringing as they were about to be snapped in half by hungry jaws. My fingers spun the dial. I dialed Paulina's number. The phone vibrated with the beeps as short as my breath. Finally, I called the police, but the dry female voice neither, and just kept repeating the same words over and over.
Данное направление перегружено.
The line is busy. The line is busy. The line is busy.
Данное направление перегружено.
I dropped the phone. Okay. Look, it's very specifically messages, I guess, for some reason. The kitchen, the fridge grumbled as it turned off. The lights went out, flinging me into complete darkness. But it only lasted for a moment. Only, it seemed like the particular phantoms in my hallway that pretended to be shadows from our furniture creeped closer.
Мертвое к мертвому.
Ashes to ashes.
Живое к живому.
Dust to dust. I started whispering the useless chant, but stopped midway. Nature wailed on the outside of the door barrier. Whoever was walking toward the house, squeaking with the snow, wasn't my parents. They wouldn't crawl on our roof scratching it with their claws. They wouldn't look into our kitchen windows. We need to barricade ourselves before it's too late. I shot up the cabinet with an axe to acquire some building material. Zulka circled around my leg. Why do we have the dog again? Following all of my actions with curiosity. Board that up. Thumbnails dug into the wood. I slammed their heads with the axe's butt. Board. More boards! I nailed the planks to the window frame, shielding the house from the horror creeping in the blizzard. Board! Another window was barricaded with pieces of furniture. I pulled them to check for integrity. Wandered around the house that seemed frighteningly big now and suffocated on the thought that I'll stumble into a scowling monster as I turn another corner. Oh, Fortnite. Freeman, you're lucky you're a regular around here. I would ban you for that statement otherwise. How dare you draw the comparisons between this and Fortnite? I would go to the kitchen, but end up in the black garage pretending to be it. Frosty winds scratched at the door. Something evil flashed in the gaps between the planks. Well, like I said, my throat is not feeling good after the growlies at the beginning, so I can't growl as much for these right now. I saw it on the stairs and fixed my gaze on the front door. Man, that was... Yep, that was an accent. With an axe on my lap, with a heart beating so hard I could use it to hammer in nails. I sat and stared, my whole body shivering. I sat and stared, losing the last vestige of my sanity. I sat and fell into slumber. I jumped up as something bit me. My sleepiness was washed away by the incessant ringing of the doorbell. Did Dad return with the doctor, or was it Mom carrying bags of medicine? Or maybe the hungry pack of animals showed up to dine. I sneaked around the hallway, planks under feet squeaked, giving me away.
Кто там?
Who's there? Silence. Or did somebody answer me, but was silenced by the blizzard? I pressed my face against the peephole, but it was shaded with rime. There was only a blurry, barely describable silhouette on the porch. Were they wearing a mask? Probably not. I had an equal chance of getting help from the night guest or being torn to pieces right in the hallway. Zulka trotted to my side from the kitchen and snarled at the door. It was angrily clawing at the floor. You've led me good so far, pupper. You've led me good so far, pupper, ever since I chose to let you live. I backed away to the corridor, into the embrace of shadows. Knock, knock, somebody's knuckles knocked on the wood, insisting on being let in. No way. Whoever it is, they're not welcome here. Mom and Dad had their own keys to the house, and that was too tall to be Polina. Mom and Dad had their own keys to the house, and that meant that the unexpected visitor clearly carried a threat. The dog knows of this. The dog barked at Polina. Maybe Polina was also a bad thing, but they knew we were home alone. Forge creaked. The guys clearly changed their mind and left, disappearing into the blizzard. Suddenly the lights went out. Darkness splashed from all nooks and crannies. The blizzard's moans intensified. I blinked like crazy, clutching the handrails. The sound of the flute enveloped the house, streaming through the cracks in the decrepit walls. Somebody started pounding on the door. I backed into the wall from the surprise. A hail of strikes was unleashed on the door, bending it like a thin sheet of plywood, as if dozens of fists and legs were simultaneously punching and kicking the wood. It's them! The door danced in the doorway, dust flew from all flatbins. The rumbling noise stopped as suddenly as it had started. I rushed to the kitchen. Well, actually, hold on. When did the hallucination begin and end? Because he's currently in his home. I heard a heart-rending sound as if someone was driving their claws in the walls. Then the flapping wings. The night churned like a giant stomach. And then they hashed from the shadows, nasty mugs in the gaps between the boards. They pressed against the windows, leaving pus and squashed maggots on the glass. Hooked fingers scraped against the glass, or crooked fingers. Bared fangs scratched away the rime. Lines of teeth bared themselves in the gaps, taunting me. Eyes shone from left, right. Dead beasts stared at us from the outside and smirked. Open up, buddy. We're hungry. We want to devour. We want to smell your fears. Dance with us. Bunny boy. Long-haired fool. Long-haired fool. Rest in your guts. No! No, I don't think I will. Hot blood. Oh, whoops, I cut that off early. The eyes shone like stars in the pitch black skies. Glass popped in the kitchen. The invading wind played with our hair. It brought a flute melody, quick and slippery like a poisonous viper. Was that so? Good night, manager. Oh, I'm sorry if you've already been infected. Enjoy your sleep. And remember, if you hear his call, it's already too late. The monsters thrust their paws into the gap between the planks, clicked with their claws, demanding their treats. A huge deformed hand held out the bunny mask full of burrows, from worms to no one in particular. Just during the sacrifice of bloodhood. It was a slice. Money, assure yourself. Be brave. I plugged my ears with my fingers. The nasty voices subsided, only to be replaced by another sneering voice.
Ты должен. Ты обязан кормить.
Anton, you must feed them. What?
Или сам стать мясом.
Or become the meat yourself.
Твоя очередь.
It's your
Посмотри на меня.
Look at me. I shifted my gaze to the axe. The blade reflected my twisted face. I couldn't recognize myself. It's just you, but happy. That's why you can't recognize yourself.
Да, вот
Yeah.
так.
Just like that, the voice pleaded sweetly.
Выбирай тщательней.
Choose
Не
carefully.
дай себя убить.
Don't get killed. Right in front of me, illuminated by the moonlight on blade's sharp claws, was a silvery bunny mask.
Наше настоящее
Our
лицо.
true face.
Оно поможет отомстить нам тем, кто бил
It'll
и
help us get
унижал
revenge on
нас.
those who hit and bullied us.
Поможет стать настоящим
It'll help
собой.
us become who we truly are. My little sister snored innocently as she slept on the floor, as if nothing was happening around her.
Никто меня не видит. Значит, самое
Nobody can
время
see me.
выбрать жертву.
That means it's time to choose the sacrifice. You could click on the dog. No chance in hell I'm killing Olya. The axe fell to the floor and my hand instinctively reached for the mask. I accepted it, ran my fingers through the hair, and put it on in a triumphant manner for some reason. Look, albeit the dog wasn't an option, but I was just like, what happens if you click on the dog? Because it did make a noise when the mouse went over it. And it turns out it run. Look, there's no way I'm going to murder a 6-year-old girl, although technically the canon end that I got was technically, I believe, ending with him murdering her anyway. My face, my protection, and then the fear receded. It left my body as if it were a foreign organism that writhed inside under my flimsy ribcage. It will all be over soon. Peace and quiet will come. I looked at my sister, who was still sleeping innocently on the floor. The only regret I had was not being able to see her when she grows up, and she'll finally be able to achieve our dream of going to Disneyland. The paws retreated from the cracks between the boards, crawled away. Time to play with you. 3 hours, an owl will arrive. The beasts were waiting. They must be fed. Farewell, I thought. Farewell, violin girl. I was already in the hallway when Olya called out through her sleep. Sasha? Oh. And then the wolf's greyfur will stand. Wait, wasn't that the name of chapter 4? I didn't stop. Instead, I grabbed the door handle. Oxen for the mare. Only tasty meals prepare. I pushed the door and stepped into the snowstorm. Da-da-da. When I woke up, I heard the joyous and evil howls of the blizzard. Wait, am I Olya now? When I walked up to the door, opened it, and saw my big brother. I'm now Olya. Oh, in the darkness. Oh. He stood still. The snowstorm was nothing for him. Tosha! Tosha! Oh. A single heavy tear fell off my lashes. Black shadows dashed around Anton, only to pounce on him from every direction a moment later. Surprisingly, he didn't scream. Even I wailed from there, and he just endured it as if he bit on his tongue. He probably did that to avoid waking me up. But the pain was stronger. It still managed to squeeze a yelp out of him. the beasts were devouring my Anton. They pounced, crushed, tore apart, bored their claws into his chest, and ripped out 2 small pouches that immediately froze over in the wind. And then the scream was gone, suffocated by the blizzard, as if a wounded bird fell into the snow and found its ultimate relief. Whereas my boy, child missing, left his home and hadn't returned. A local family is looking for Anton Petrov. Middle school student, identifying features, around 150 centimeters, skinny, light hair, was wearing a gray jacket, dark trousers, and a woven winter hat with sport written on it. Wears round glasses. We urge anyone who has information about Anton's whereabouts to contact our editorial department.
Гибельный путь ты пройти не смог. В конце всех дорог на земле отмечен красным. Безнадежный бой напрасный.
So the first ending that I got ended in him going into a coma, waking up, running off, presumably killing his sister and making her the meal. And the second one being him sacrificing himself so that she didn't have to. There's still a continue though. Present day.
Ольга, ты уснула?
Olga, can you hear me? Oh, you can tell she's older because they're not calling her by the cutesy name anymore. I unglued myself from the window and sneakily wiped my moist eye. Mom was helping Anya take off her shoes in the hallway. Oh, I was busy with the stove. My elder daughter minced her way toward the bathroom. Such a big girl, almost as old as I was when we moved to the village.
А маму поцеловать?
Won't you give mommy a kiss?
Сейчас, мамуль!
I'm coming,
У меня
Mama.
сюрприз для тебя!
I have a surprise. Oh. Mom entered the kitchen, took the shawl off her silvered hair. After Dad died back in 2010, her hair went white super fast. But even the wrinkles couldn't deprive her of her usual regal beauty. So about 10 years later, the dad dies. And then this said present day, which I'm presuming, given that this came out literally earlier, technically, okay, earlier today / yesterday, depending on a time zone you're in. She often visited us in the city nowadays in our big and bright 3-room apartment.
Ох, метет.
Such a snowfall outside. Phew.
И как ты в деревне своей через лес ходишь по такой погоде?
How do you even go through the forest near your village in such conditions?
Привыкла уже.
You get used to it.
Вот недавно Тихонова встретили по
I
пути, он
mean,
сумки донес.
Tikhonov on my way home recently, and he helped me carry the bags.
Помнишь его?
Remember him? Yeah. An image of a strict policeman floated in my mind. His strong hands carried me out of the house on that unfortunate night.
Как он?
How's he doing?
Да, старый пень.
Being an old fool.
Зимней рыбалкой пенсию
Spending
коротает.
his days winter fishing after retirement.
Да бездомных собак подкармливает окаянный, спасу от них нет.
He also keeps on feeding those goddamn stray dogs. I can't stand them. Well, one of them led to the
А
murder
как
hut.
садик?
That's kindergarten. Kindergarten?
Утренник хороший был.
The Ultranik went
довольна.
well. And you left happy. How does band Russia horror punk? Oh, sorry. Oh, didn't even. King and Jester was the band friggin' Paulina mentioned. An outer band Russian horror punk band. The lyrics of the songs depict horror stories and folk tales featuring many fantasy creatures from Slavic folklore. Despite the macabre themes, many songs incorporate humor, sarcasm, and irony. King and Jester disbanded a year after its formation. Mikhail Gorshechev died from alcohol abuse. Alcohol abuse-induced heart failure. Ultranek, a type of entertainment event for kindergarten and primary school kids, featuring stage plays, contests, and other activities.
Вы-то тут как? Где муж?
And how have you been? Where's your husband?
Так он в смену сегодня. Зато на празднике
It's
дома.
shift today. He'll be back home for the holidays. Oh, that's nice.
Антона еле уложила.
I could barely calm Anton down. Oh, you name your kid Anton?
Опять бессонничает.
Does he still have trouble sleeping? Oh.
Мечется во сне.
He's always kicking and turning in his sleep.
Кошмары, что ли, снятся.
Having nightmares, I guess.
Младенцы кошмаров не видят.
Babies can't have nightmares.
Это колики все.
That's just cramps. Okay. Babies get cramps, not nightmares.
Что в сумках?
What's in the bag?
По списку.
Everything we need.
Мясо для холодца, соленые огурцы на винегрет,
Oh, look.
конфеты.
Someone take the kettle off. Meat for collared, pickled cucumbers for the vinaigrette candy. Hold on. Okay. That's also in Russian because I knew what that one was there. So just a nightmare. I mean, if a baby had a nightmare, I would be more concerned as to how they had the nightmare fuel, because you need to see stuff to know what to have the nightmare about. Ugh. Circular vegetables, chopped onions, as well as sauerkraut and or brine pickles. Oh god, clicky.
Шампанское завтра куплю.
How about the champagne tomorrow? And we'll be ready to celebrate. Celebrate what? A kettle started whistling on stove. It's been whistling for a while. Aroma of food wafted across the kitchen. I was stirring the stew. Then looked into the hallway. A fox girl stood there. A spoon fell out of my hand. Understandable, given your childhood.
Мам, а я
Oh.
лисичка.
Look, mummy, I'm a foxy. Hold on, did I skip a thing? No, I didn't. I gulped and forced out a smile. Yeah, you better at that point, because the kid mask was an ordinary piece of plastic with a nose and whiskers painted on.
Иди ко мне, солнышко.
Come here, sunshine. Anya came over without a word.
А как же мне тебя целовать в
How am I
маске?
supposed to kiss you when you're wearing that, hmm?
А вот так.
Easy. I smooshed the cool plastic. And instinctively wiped my lips with my forearm. Understandably.
Лучше сними.
Can you take it off, please?
Ну я же лисичка.
But I'm a foxy. Mom watched her granddaughter as if remembering some distant memory. The lightest of smiles flashed over her weathered face.
Снимай, кому говорю.
I
Кушать
said take
будем.
it off. We're about to eat. Little Anton cried in the next room.
Ну вот.
See,
Дело
I woke
брать.
up your little brother.
Иди,
Oh,
я
I'll sit
поставлю.
at the table. Thank you, Mom, for the help. Anya the fox danced around Mom. I went to the hallway and heard the conversation behind me. Come on, I want to play hide and seek.
Кто водит?
And who's it? You.
Бедные мои косточки.
My poor bones.
Ну, давай.
Well, fine.
Раз, два,
1,
три,
2.
сова.
Time to play with you. Oh, good. Yeah, yeah. Shuddered. Goosebumps crawled up my spine. I wonder why.
3, 4, 5.
3, 4, 5. The owl will arrive. Are you gonna hide or?
I shut my eyes, fighting back the sudden fit of migraine.
666.
6 on end.
Дыбом
Stand. Felt like I was looking at the horrific feast of beast cubs through the gaps between the boards. My parents told me that Anton was at fault there. He didn't listen to them, went outside and got lost in the snowstorm. But I knew. Somewhere far away in the village, a certain house squeaked in sorrow. It didn't change even after all those years. The web of shadows in the corners of the rustling attic and the entire palisade of the taiga outside. Internet connection and cell phone coverage were both unstable there, unlike the fog. I stepped into the kids' room. Little Anton, named after his late uncle, moaned in his crib. I felt milk rushing to my nipples, followed by the feeling of oppressive anxiousness. Hungry beasts were dancing in a circle in front of my eyes. We dance, they say. We always dance and we are always hungry. Oh, great. I get close to the crib and look inside. My son waving his tiny fist in the air. There was an old mole-eaten mask on his chest. I gazed into the empty cavities of the eye holes. Darkness itself stared back at me. There was an achievement for clicking on the dog. There was an achievement for clicking on the dog on that one. You tried to find a replacement for the sacrifice. Blood for blood, you sacrificed yourself. Was that the ending? Or was that... That was before that one. Oh, okay. I wonder, is there, from my current point, any way to get a good ending? Or is there a singular ending that is not some level of miserable? Because that one ended in horrific death. And still... Hold on, okay. Ugh. Okay. Part of me, you know, I want to go back and do one more before stream ends. The thing is... As I the only other was sacrificed as early as they would... Never walks away alive. From that one, well, I'm gonna... I'm just gonna remember... This one has the option... Okay, I'm gonna go back to here. And we're seeing how this one, my heightened senses told me that whoever's outside wasn't an enemy. Zolka barked even louder. Great!
Да замолчи ты!
Oh, shut it. I clenched my jaw until it hurt, ready to hack at the rotting maws. Then spun the lock. I thought it was too tall to be her out there, not gonna lie. Killing the dog, well, yeah, killing the dog would lead to probably, because the dog is what led them to the okay, yeah. Polina flew into the hallway and hugged me with her shivering hands. I exhaled in surprise. I smelled the scent of her hair, remembering how Polina played the violin for me right before her sudden breakdown. It felt like one of Schumann's melodies floated into the house alongside her. Wet eyelashes grazed my cheek. Polina was crying.
Что случилось?
Did something happen?
Откуда ты здесь?
What are you doing here?
Я не знала,
I don't have
кому
any
еще
place to
пойти.
go. My brain went to one place after this, and that is, oh, so there's another potential sacrifice in the home now.
И дедушка,
And I'm
умер.
He's dead. What was 1998 Russia, 99 Russia looking like as far as like putting kids through to get to, you know?
Что?
What?
Ты уверена?
Are you sure?
Не знаю.
I don't know.
Я никогда не видела, как умирают люди. Мне так показалось.
That's what I thought.
Так может...
Then maybe.
Я испугалась.
I got scared.
Он не реагировал. Просто сидел в кресле в темноте.
He didn't respond, just sat in his chair in the dark.
И глаза остекленели,
His eyes
как новогодние шары.
glazed over like Christmas tree balls. So he got discharged at some point and came back home.
После твоего ухода он сильно расстроился. Пил капли.
He was very upset after you left that time. He drank his drops.
Я переживала, что у него сердце
I
не
was
выдержит.
afraid his heart would fail.
И вот
And then I imagined a dead old man in a wheelchair, his iron teeth behind his bloodless lips. Then I noticed Polina's lips spreading in a blissful smile. She shuddered as if awakening from a daydream, and the smile was gone. Nerves. The poor girl had lost her only relative, and it's probably my fault.
Ты звонила в скорую?
Did you call for an ambulance? You finished your mandala? Congratulations, Hunter. Are you going to share with the class?
да,
Yes.
линия молчит.
The line is silent.
По дороге сюда я видела завалившиеся столбы.
The bombing of old cities. Interesting. Somehow I think this now orphaned child would not be high on the priority list. Is the posters falling all over on the way here?
Мне было так страшно в лесу,
I'm
Тош.
so scared there at the forest, Tosha. She buried her nose in my vest and sobbed. Zolka growled from around the corner. I stomped my foot and the dog waddled behind the staircase yapping. Why does
Ты
this...
моя последняя надежда.
Oh! It's cause she lives in a room with a cat. That might not be the reason, but I just had that as a thought. You're my last hope.
Вчера я вела себя как дура.
I feel like a total idiot yesterday. What actually happened yesterday? Because yesterday was the day when the hallucinations kicked in.
Так испугалась, что ты больше не
I'm
захочешь.
so scared that you wouldn't want to. At that moment, her teary eyes fixated on the axe. On the barred windows and my sister sleeping on the floor in the middle of the hallway. Polina trailed off and never finished her line.
Что происходит?
What's going on? I leaned against the railing. I wanted to share the things that weighed on me. Pushed me to the ground so badly.
Оля заболела.
Olya got sick.
Папа за врачом поехал, а мама в аптеку.
Oh! Oh. Wait, oh! So that's how far back we are. Remember those tiny motion with this one jar when hearing Russian voices now? Really? Is there really? Dad went to the doctor and Mom went to buy medicine.
Давно, часов 6 назад.
A long time ago, 6 hours already. We are So everything I just went through, most of the stuff in this, oh my god, even saving Katya from the meat grinder was part of that hallucination. Oh my god, that was a big hallucination.
Я ждал, а потом задремал
I
на
waited and
ступеньках, и
waited,
ночь наступила.
and then fell asleep on the stairs, and the night came.
Also, hi, Mazork. Mazork, isn't it damn late for you? Also, damn, yeah, that stained glass aesthetic, very pretty.
Very pretty, very beauty.
Time is a human concept, and normally you abide by said human concept.
А тут ты.
It was DNA. Oh, that makes way more sense.
And then you came in.
Something screeched outside. Probably a lamppost fell under the blizzard's pressure.
Мне кажется, мы в опасности.
I think we're in danger. I need
Кто-то
to...
ходит снаружи.
Someone snooping around outside.
Ищет, как бы попасть в дом.
Looking for a way to get in.
Polina covered her mouth with her hand.
Маньяк!
Is that the serial killer?
Yeah, oh yeah, because...
Может быть.
Probably. Because, yeah, we don't actually... Because right now the serial killer, quote-unquote, is not actually apprehended in this time yet. Okay. The lights went out. Ow! The fridge rattled as it shut down. Darkness splashed from all nooks and crannies, devouring Polina. The blizzard's moans intensified. I blinked like crazy, clutching the handrails.
Антон, слышишь?
Can you hear that? Ah,
fear splashed in her eyes.
Звук флейты.
Oh, no. Somebody started pounding on the door.
Oh. This is exactly the same scenario, except for now Polina's here.
I backed into the wall for surprise. A hail of strikes unleashed on the door, beating it like it was a thin sheet of plywood. Dozens of...
It's them!
Polina's pale face clutched my elbow. She was shivering.
Them?
The door danced in the doorway. Dust flew from all the playboards. Polina shrieked hysterically, her face buried in her palms. The rumbling noises stopped as suddenly they started. The black crucifix flew off the nail and crashed into the floor at my feet. Oh, it is slightly different. Standard ground country. What is 1999 Russia? A chain of anxious memories rushed through my mind. Ringing bells from the small abandoned church at the edge of the village. The dusty icons on the far shelves. In my parents' bedroom, my grandma's warding chant. I wanted to believe that the cross could protect us from the horror of the things that came from the frosty forest. But in the world where the carnivorous monsters roam the night, there is a place for sacred wards that grant salvation from sharp claws and fangs. I was about to grab the ancient relic when something pricked me under my shirt. The shamanic amulet in the shape of a claw that Polina gifted me. Grim Taigic music resisted the divine force that my grandma and dad believed in so much. I froze in hesitation, ruminating on whose protection to ask for. Can any of these trinkets really save our lives? The house was deathly silent. It felt like the man-eating monsters hid behind the door, smirking, waiting for me to make my choice. I don't need one here because that's just another ending. The talisman gave protection of the forest. Maybe the cross can give protection from the forest. But not because of your social construct, time and responsibilities. Is it because your eyes are a little heavy? I grabbed the cross without thinking. Oh, I thought about it! I was ready to ask God for help, especially when a horned shadow that wanted to confine us to hellish torture walked around outside. I dropped the amulet in the basket near the phone. The beast claw spawned from the dark superstitions of ancient tribe, the same way those accursed beasts did. Less often. I don't think that is... That... I don't think you understand is how that works. And that means we should part ways. I rushed to the kitchen as I pushed my friend to the side. I heard a heart-rending squeaking sound as if someone was driving their claws into the walls. Then the flapping of wings, the night turned like a giant stomach. And then they hatched from the shadows, nasty amongst the gaps between the boards. Also, fair night, Missouri. If you are going to it's not a good time for regicide. You are fair enough. Pressing a little mag of the glass. Crooked fingers scraped against the glass. Bared fangs. Lines of teeth are kept taunting me. Eyes shone bright. Dead beast stared at me. Smart. Open our body. Hungry. Want to devour. Want to smell your fear. Which is all the same. Dance with us, bunny boy. Dance in blood longer, fool. Oh, God, for sleeping. Indeed. Let us rest in your hot-gutted blood. Seek our hunger. Polina wailed, plugged her ears with her hands. Go away! Shut up! Ugh. Their eyes shone like stars in the pitch-black skies. The glass popped in the kitchen. The invading wind played with our hair. The broad flute melody, quickly slippery like poison viper. Monsters was pausing the gap between. Yep. Handing the bunny mouse, huge from the bunny mouse particulars. Let's drink the sacrificial blood of it. Show yourself to be brave. Beast flesh, meat they crave. Plug my ears with my fingers, nasty voices subsided, only replaced by another sneering voice. Anthony must feed them. Yes, there we go. Oh. Meet yourself. Okay, that I just hit skip because hold on, was that? Settings. Skip only the red text. Yeah, it was the same stuff. Polina stood with her back turned to me, covering herself in animalistic horror, and my little sister snored innocently as she slept on the floor. Oh, that's time to choose a sacrifice. This is a different sacrificial choosing. Wait a minute, if I choose myself... Wait. I can't choose myself this time. I can't choose myself. I'm not capable of choosing myself right now. I don't... Polina, go! I don't want it. The second floor. What? Lock yourself in the bedroom. What? What are you going to do? There are only bad choices. This is friggin... Oh god, this is Telltale Games all over again. I'm going to feed you to them because the voice in the back of my mind chirped happily. That'll be the right choice. Oh. Youthful meat is the best meat. Look, I'm not giving up the 6-year-old. Just go.
Спустишься через 10 минут после того, как шум утихнет.
You'll go back down 10 minutes after everything calms down. Oh, great. Polina gave me a cautious look, but still complied. The beast went silent, but their claws still scraped the boards ever so slightly. The voice in my head replied, "Hurry up, she won't feel a thing." I took a step toward Polina. Oh, the axe hidden in the shadows froze in the air over my victim. I remember playing the violin, enveloped in divine melody, inspiring and magical. How her bow floated on the strings. I can't... No! My muscles turned to stone. Something foreign writhed in my skull, incinerating my memories. In place of Polina sliding her boner violin, she hacked at her upper arm and now swaying in two, tearing her skin, making the yellow subcutaneous fat underneath it shine. Saliva dripped down my chin. Oh, you're getting mouth-watery at that. She won't feel pain. There is no other way. That's just how it works. It's your turn to feed.
Антош,
At the last moment, Polina turned around, making me shudder. What the hell am I doing? But it was too late. The axe descended. The blade split open her skull, eating into the bone between her ear and popped out eye with a crunching sound. Polina's face warped as if she was were a fidget toy. A fragment of her temple buckled in, squeezing out her eyeball. Her nasal cartilage shifted from the force of my strike. With just one swing, I destroyed Polina's beauty. I desecrated her music. Her beautiful melody turned into the smashing sound of an axe inside human brains. Olia twitched in her sleep and asked, a loud thud. At the same time, the lights turned on in the house. The door flew off a hinges, spewing. What dust? Sawdust, okay. The leaf slid across the hallway like a sled. They're here. They broke in to devour Polina's flesh. I turned around and faced the monstrosities of the ancient forest, and they yelled at the figure that appeared in the doorway. Here's your feast, monsters! Don't touch me!
Дети,
Oh.
все живы?
You okay, kids?
Антон, мы до вас еле добрались. Твои
Anton,
родители...
you're barely able to get here. Your parents, they... The lieutenant stuttered. The middle-aged officer who stood behind him suppressed a shriek.
О, Боже.
God almighty. I looked at the window. The mask disappeared. Police lights flared up in their place. Tikhonov's stupefied stare shifted between the axe and the strands of hair stuck to its blade. Our kitchen looked like a slaughterhouse. Tikhonov moaned.
Что ты натворил?
What have you done? I dropped the axe and slid my hand across my face, smearing Polina's blood all over it.
все не так. Я...
Not what you...
Это все звери.
It's all the beast's fault. Oh, don't talk about the hallucinations.
Они сказали, что мой черед кормить.
They told me it was my turn to feed them. Snow drifted outside, forming the silhouette of horrific giants. I didn't resist as they took me away. I vaguely remember how the handcuffs wouldn't stay on my wrists since my hands were too small. The cold bracelets kept slipping off. Why go through the hassle anyway? It's not like I would have tried to escape into the thickets into paws of those cannibals. They stuffed me in the back seat of a police car. I threw one last glance at my house. The blizzard embraced it with the giant wings of a polar owl.
Где мои родители?
What are my parents?
Об этом мы и пришли
That's
тебе
what I came
сообщить.
to tell you.
Буран, они погибли в
A snowstorm.
автокатастрофе.
They died in a car crash. They turned around and gave me a heavy look.
Им повезло. Они не узнают, что ты натворил.
I got lucky. We won't find out what you did. Snowflakes floated outside the the barred windows of police UAZ. The lights on the top floundered in the darkness. No. He said they got lucky, as in they didn't get to see their son do that. Inside the police station, a desktop lamp blinded me, making me squint. Tikhonov measured the room with long strides. His shadow kept on invading the map of Russia, only to leave its expanses that I will never explore.
Такс.
Okay, that does not look like him. I also misread that as show. So I'm like, yeah, your show, I guess.
Кто, говоришь, заглядывал вам в окна?
Who was looking into your windows again?
Звери.
The beasts.
Алиса, совушка, медвежутка,
Alisa,
волчик.
Kulti, Teddy, Wolfie.
Они были голодными,
They were
понимаете?
hungry, okay?
И зайчик сказал, что я должен буду их
And the bunny
накормить.
told me that I need to feed them. Tikhonov slammed his fist against the desk.
Какой еще волчик? Зайчик, бля!
Wolfie, what the bunny? What the fuck are you on about?
Зоопарк на выезде, что ли?
Was that the traveling zoo or something? May as well have been. I slouched in fear. Fear is not the right word for this.
На меня смотри, щенок.
Look at me, mongrel.
Слыхал, что делает с организмом галоперидол?
Have you ever heard what a haloperidol can do to you? I shook my
Им
head.
колют психов.
That's what they inject loonies with.
Мышцы
It
скрючиваются.
twists your muscles. A
Адская
hellish
пытка.
torture.
Хочешь
Want to
попробовать?
try it?
Нет,
No. Why? Don't they understand? Can't they feel what lurks in the forest? Isn't he a child? Yes! This is also... This... I won't claim to be an expert on what was the norm back then, but... Yes, he is a 12-year-old. But I also don't know what the standard for treating people like this are. Back in, like we said, late 90s Russia. I do not know the standards of humanitarianism. Or humaneness? Dark Tiger looked at me from the map right above the officer's head. I wanted to do it. You would be surprised. Some children are just cruel enough to do this type of stuff. I haven't witnessed personally. I've heard there are some terrifying stories about what children younger than this boy have done. Not this one. Let me just put it this way. Officer come in, see girl with her face bashed in by an axe. This boy with the axe doing it. There are only so many things you can think. A place far away from civilization where owls hoot and icy fingers of living corpses scrape the frosty ground.
вы нашли следы.
Did you find the footprints?
Они топтали в поле, во дворе.
They walked all over the field in the front yard.
Они.
Them.
Снова они.
Them again. Looks as careful. No. Be healthy, run the cafe and deck. The lieutenant rolled his eyes, as I probably would.
Снегопад уже занес твою халупу по самую крышу.
The snowstorm has already covered your shack of a house up to its roof.
Ее саму хрен разыщешь, а ты следы.
We won't be able to find it, let alone any footprint. Did you leave Olya on the ground? I wanted to hug Polina so badly that I scooped up empty air and pressed that emptiness into my chest. Tikhonov exchanged meaningful glances with his colleague. The lieutenant's voice softened, but I felt there was something else.
Ты знаешь, что это?
Do you know what this is? He placed a small plastic container with pills in front of me.
Витамины.
Vitamins?
А что такое шизофрения?
And you know what
Знаешь?
schizophrenia is?
Психическое
A mental
расстройство.
illness.
Именно, сынок.
That's right.
Это болезнь.
It's an illness.
Ее сопровождают нарушения мышления, неумение управлять эмоциями.
Accompanied with
Сны
cognitive
наяву.
dysfunctional issues with emotional management, delusions. I had no idea where he was going. I think he's implying you are the schizo. What relevance did it have to me? I think he's implying that you are the schizo.
Есть лекарства, подавляющие
This medicine
болезнь,
this is medicine that can help suppress that illness.
но они не всегда
But they don't
срабатывают.
always work. I thought that I should probably stop hugging empty air as well as compulsively licking my lips. But that urge was stronger than me.
Я видел черный гараж.
I saw the black garage. Tikhonov clicked with a lighter, ignited a cigarette. I started coughing, which only made him smirk.
Черный гараж — это байка.
Black Garage is an urban legend.
Я вот газету «Криминал» почитывал. Там часто про забугорных маньяков пишут.
I've been reading the newspaper, criminal news. They often write about serial killers from overseas.
Правда заключается в том, что лет 20 назад американец Герберт Маллин
The
убил
reality
дюжину
is that
человек,
20 or so
чтобы
years
предотвратить
ago,
землетрясение.
an American called Herbert Millen killed a dozen people to prevent an earthquake.
Другой его земляк, Ричард Чейз, пил человеческую кровь, потому что считал, что это спасет его от яда,
Another
который
of his
якобы кололи ему
compatriots,
тайные
Richard
нацистские
Chase,
организации.
drank human blood because he thought that it would save him from the poison that clandestine Nazi organizations injected him with.
Я не знаком с этими
I
людьми.
don't know these people. Tikhonov's tone of voice was ingratiating, full of fake sympathy.
О, конечно.
Of course you don't.
Но ты знаком с мальчиком, несчастным, глубоко больным мальчиком,
But you
чьи
don't
родители
know,
были
boy.
на грани развода,
A
и
sad,
стресс усугубил
desperately
болезнь.
ill boy whose parents were on the brink of divorce, and the stress only worsened his condition.
Он придумал говорящих зверей, подружился с ними.
He made up a bunch of talking animals, then he befriended them. Tikhonov took a long puff and let out a cloud of smoke.
Нет.
No. My thoughts got tangled, my vision blurred. I jumped over the forest with Elisa. I was in Grandpa Frost's palace.
После исчезновения Семена мы обратили на тебя внимание.
After Semyon went missing, you became a person of interest.
Такой странный, замкнутый мальчик. Но
We
нам не
didn't
хватало
a
улик.
boy like that. We didn't have enough evidence.
Даже когда исчезла Катя.
Even when Katya disappeared.
Врешь!
Lies! I pounced at the nasty, disgusting police officer, but his partner quickly returned me to my seat. I was suffocating from frustration. There was an unbearable taste in my mouth, similar to how a raw human finger would taste. Wait, why do I know what human flesh tastes like? Well, I clutched my temples. I felt like my brain was getting boiled under the lid of my skull.
Мальчик устранял своих врагов.
That boy eliminated his enemies.
Но зверям в его голове потребовалось больше.
But the beast in his head demanded more.
Они заставили его...
I forced him to...
Замолчите!
Shut up! Tikhonov snubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray.
Зарубить свою
Swap up his
подружку.
girlfriend. I whined from horror, pulling on my lower lip with my fingers, stretching my cheeks.
Семена ты нагнал в чаще после вашей стычки.
You caught up to Semyon in the thicket after a confrontation.
Катю увел под предлогом поделиться каким-то секретом.
You also lured Katya away under pretenses of telling her a secret.
Вову случайно встретил на прогулке в лесу.
You met Vova randomly while wandering through the forest.
Возможно, ты хотел поиграть с его автоматом, а он не давал.
Maybe you wanted to play with his toy gun and he didn't give it to you.
Перестаньте!
Stop it!
Сложнее с Сенечкой.
Sinitska is a tougher case.
Она пропала до твоего переезда сюда, и это долго сбивало нас с толку.
She
Но я
disappeared before
вспомнил.
your arrival, so that left us stumped for a long time. But now I remember.
Твоя бабка похоронена
Your
здесь,
gran
не
is
так?
buried, you're right.
Это все не взаправду! Это
It's just a dream! Tikhonov moved up so close his face almost pressed into mine. I sensed the smell of lotion and tobacco. He whispered, studying me point blank with a merciless
Ты
stare.
приезжал в поселок в декабре,
You came to the village in December
проведать бабушку на
to
кладбище.
visit your grandma at the cemetery.
Там ты и приметил Сеню.
That's when you saw Senya. Torn clothes along the cemetery path. I bawled. Tikhonov leaned away, lit another cigarette, and spoke.
Ад — это наши
Hell, these are
воспоминания.
memories.
Я не придумал бы тебе наказание хуже, чем просто помнить, что ты
I
совершил.
can't think of a worse punishment for you than just remembering everything you did.
Увести.
Take him away.
Они обманули меня! Это все они!
And for once, the game was silent. They deceived me. It's all their fault. Please, believe me.
Лейтенант!
Officer. Does every ending have a different credit song?
Холод по спине, сломан термостат. Я включу весь свет.
I was actually going to mention, because I thought I remembered the disappearances had started before they moved there.
Страшно от того, кем я в своем горе стал.
Because that was a detail I thought I remembered.
Ночь так темна, пляшут тени зверей. И эта зима будет еще холодней. Ночь так темна, пляшут тени зверей. И эта зима.
So there are two easy new changes I could do. One would be to go for the talisman rather than the cross. And the other one would be in either one of those to kill Olga instead. Which would not be a particularly desirable thing to do.
Что же натворил месяц на дворе? Я в чужой крови.
I could probably fall asleep to some of these songs.
Не страшно мне, больше не боюсь смерти и потерь.
And this, what's the post? Are we in an asylum? The hospital room was bright and spacious. And completely white. Winter never ended here. The food is good, but most of it is liquid. Many of my neighbors, who medical workers escort to the canteen, don't have enough teeth to chew solid food. Some of them are fed through straws. Those I usually meet in the corridor. Dirty and disheveled. They nap on the benches or scratch at the walls with their nails. Those who don't behave end up in the soft room, or even worse, in the basement. After that, they become completely silent, empty like dolls. I always behave, though. I don't get beaten with rubber batons like the guilty ones. But the people who share the room with me can be monstrously mean. Not all of them actually suffer from schifo... I started to forget the words. But yes, some people are here just to hide from the draft. That's the military stuff, right? Yeah, that's the military service. Military service in Russia is mandatory, but several loopholes can be used to dodge the draft. One of them is faking a mental illness or bribing medical staff to admit a person to a psych ward where they have to undergo treatment, and therefore... Oh, okay, I didn't... Oh, mandatory. Lovely. Those fakers bully me for no reason, just like my former classmates. They might put out their cigarettes on the bare parts of my body, or make me wash their clothes, laughing all the while. One day, a certain village moron snuck up on me while I was sleeping and almost raped me. From that moment on, I barely ever sleep. I keep thinking about what the policeman said to me. He's so silly. The masks actually existed, as did the garage, and the dances in the forest, and everything else. If that's not the case, why would I kill the girl that sounded like a refreshing spring? Isn't that planned madness? Somebody screamed in the corridor, but I don't care. I wait for the coming of spring. I look into the only barred window in the room, afraid that the warm season will never come. Far, far away, somebody starts playing the flute, and I see them. Mad World. Tiger Wolf is not your friend. The winter so far has been especially harsh, and the beasts in the forest have been going crazy. The village is still shaken by the massacre perpetrated by a mentally ill schoolboy. When a new disaster struck, tiger wolves are now terrorizing the locals. Just like last week, they snatched 2 kids right from the edge of the village. There were no witnesses, just traces of blood and wolf prints leading to the thicket. The locals say that the wild beasts have changed somehow. They fear neither fire nor bullets. Some say the wolves became smarter. They move in packs, lure you in acting like dogs, and at night, instead of the usual howls, people hear cackling. The hunters warn, do not go into the forest without a serious reason, and keep your kids at home. Entering the dark forest right now is the same as walking into the maw of the beast.
I'm trying to think which of the endings I've gotten so far was the happiest. Achievement, Call of the Psych Ward. Coma probably. Well, here's the thing. I'm 99% sure that Coma ended with him going back and killing his little sister and feeding her to them. And I will remind you, the achievement I got for the Coma end was called Dark Vessel and gave me the description, you lost yourself. Taste of separation, you killed your beloved. Oh, at least we're at a happy place. Well, wait, I realized this. The parents did not die in the ending where he chose to go out and sacrifice them. Hold on, let's go here. This is what I want to go. So I took the cross. I kicked the cross into the far corner of the room and covered the amulet under my clothes with my palms. I want to see what the amulet does here. The dwellers of the ancient taiga could only be beaten by the religion as ancient, devoid of justice and mercy. I rushed to the kitchen as I pushed my friend to the side. I heard the heart-rending squeak sound as if someone was driving the claws into the walls, then flapping wings. Oh, skip. We're right back here at the same time. So skip only skips unread. So we're... Paulina. So it goes the exact same way. Interesting. Unless... So we go here.
Полина, уходи!
Okay, this, I wonder. This is gonna make me feel terrible if we actually put an axe into the head of a 6-year-old girl. Ugh. Paulina, go.
Куда?
Where?
На второй этаж.
The second floor.
Запрись в
Lock
спальне.
yourself in the bedroom. Is this? Hold on. Lock yourself in the bedroom.
Что ты задумал?
What are you going to do? I was going to give them all here because the voice in the back of my mind chirped happily.
Это будет верно.
It would be the right choice.
Юное мясо.
Youthful meat is the
Самое
best meat. You
сладкое.
said that last time.
Иди.
Just go.
Спустишься через 10 минут
So within
после
10
того,
minutes
как
after
шум
everything
утихнет.
calms down. Oh god, please tell me something happens. Paulina gave me a cautious look but still complied. The next moment, Olia started mumbling to herself. The beast went silent, but their claws still scraped the boards ever so slightly.
Скорее, она ничего не
But
почувствует.
hurry up, she won't feel a thing. I dig up toward my sister. The axe hidden in shadows froze in the air of my victim. I remembered how I brought baby Orlia to the window and
And how a sunny halo glowed around her head. I can't know, muscles torn asunder, something foreign, rising skull. Yep. I was wondering if maybe one of the religious things, the cross or the talisman, maybe has an impact here. Now I had a slice of juicy meat in my hand in place of Olya, with the same beautiful halo around it. Mouth watering.
И не будет
She won't
больно.
feel pain. There is no other
Иначе
way.
нельзя. Так все устроено.
So it works, it's
Вот
your turn to
черед
feed.
кормить.
The axe descended. Olya opened her eyes at the last moment, and I shuddered. What the hell am I doing? But it was too late. The blade split open her skull, eating the bone between her ear, and popped out her eye with a crunching sound. Olya's face warped as if she were a fidget toy, same as... Oh! A fountain of blood squirted into my face, drowning the white hair of my beloved little sister in a pool of scarlet. I went into a coughing fit, choking. The halo of sunlight glowed one last time. Reflected the blade of the axe lodged in a human brain. Just one swing. Young person's only 10 license. We very much can. I feel oh god, I feel a bad feeling inside of me for having even done this option. I took out the feeble light I once swore to protect. I deprived myself of family, happiness, and any sort of illusion that things could go back to how they once were.
Что же я наделал?
What have I done? But the sneering voice in my head was silent. A loud thud. At the same time, the lights turned on in the house, and... they broke in to devour Olya's flesh, turned to face the monsters of the ancient forest figures that appeared in the doorway. Here's your feast, monsters! Polina, who had just returned from the second floor, cried and staggered away in horror. Our kitchen looked like a slaughterhouse, smearing my sister's blood all over it instead.
Все не так.
It's not what you...
Это все звери.
It's all the beast's fault. Polina... and we skip over to here. Oh, okay. Polina stood in the doorway, unmoving, staring at me with wet eyes as the police dragged me away. How can she understand? I just saved her life.
Где мои родители?
Where are my parents? Yep. Anton. Oh, ask Polina. Hold on. What was backlog? You want people to find the little footprints? Ask Polina.
Она видела.
Seesaw.
Ты меня учить работать будешь?
You think I don't know how to do my work?
Спрашивай.
We did ask.
Она видела баррикады, которые
Show
ты
the
там
barricades
соорудил.
that you constructed.
Но про этот твой зверинец ни
And
слова
not
не
a single word
обронил.
about your zoo. How could it be? Was she on the side of the monsters? I wanted to hug Olya so badly that I scooped up empty air and pressed it emptiness in my chest. Yes, you want to hug the one you just killed. Extreme miracle glass with a colleague. Blah, blah, blah. And yeah, I'm guessing that just changes the line from chop up his to chop up his sister. And I'm guessing this leads to same ending. If that's not the case, why would I kill the person I love the most? Isn't that planned madness? So that gives to the same ending, no matter... At that point, it's fate sealed. So... one last little change. Does the talisman make a difference? If I then go... Okay, doggy, go away. If I go for her... There appears to be no difference based on which religious ideology you go for. In this case. Keeping the dog around does anything. I mean, the first time I kept the dog and didn't... Yeah, I don't. There was just, I believe, an achievement for clicking on the dog as an option.
I do. Okay, there's one other. At least from this position, I'm going back slowly. So there was here. To kill Olya here. Elisa's talking. Hold on, Elisa. This must be tasty.
Скорее, она ничего не
The voice
почувствует.
in my head replied, "Hurry up, she won't feel a thing." That except for her sister. And seemingly exactly the same, except for one voice line from Elisa.
Холод по спине.
Exactly the same there. Okay. So from this position, without going back, hold on. If we go here. So I think from this point onward, I have done every potential choice. So I would need to go back to here, which there haven't been a lot of choices, but these, I believe, branch quite far, which I do not have time to go into. Very well, I may end up doing another stream of this, chasing down more endings. Very well, may end up chasing... I have a feeling this one might just end to a very quick ending. But for now... Although there'll be more parts. Very well. I had originally... 2.5 years ago, I said I didn't want to chase down do other routes until the final chapter was out. Thank you for coming here and enjoying yourself, Raymond. This has been a grim trip down memory lane. I do find it friggin' hilarious that the first ending got... I was like, this is way too happy for way too long. And it was very much proven right that it was too happy for too long. And then we got into the lovely, you know, the lovely everything. If you missed the originals. Again, that was over 2.5 years ago at this point. I think it was... Hold on, wasn't it? I want to check a thing. I'd like to check a thing, if I can go back to community posts from a while ago. Where are we? Here we are at the 2 years ago point. At the 2 years ago, we're in the blue screen of Death Saga. We're in the blue screen of Death Saga. The short saga still. So this was the stream that I think was like a little push to get me over 700 subscribers, I think, based on what I'm looking at here. Fun. But a lot of people not being alive. This was definitely a vibe. It was a vibe of known misery and misfortune, but... But... As of now... Let's just say, well, yeah, there are... We can start just slowly working backwards is kind of how we can do this. So, for now, as per usual, I just hope everyone here enjoyed this for what it was. Unfortunately, I messed up my... I messed up the growls at the beginning, so I couldn't do any growly voices as well throughout this, but... As per usual, as per always... Like I said, just hope you found enjoyment here, and hubba-bye. And I'm just gonna use this game's music as the fade out this time.